last in line. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line and dive deep, looks for the lead from the wide side. Optimal Courage, the hot favorite, looking to win 2 in a row, takes the lead to the inside. Miami Crockett between those two in the 3-horse speed duel that Optimal Courage looks to make 1, opening up by a half. After that, Gentleman's Secret flashes out of the crowd fast up to 3rd. Miami Crockett heading the wrong way, and the 9-year-old Channel 1, 7 lengths from the lead, and last and roundabout the quarter pole, Barajas and Optimal Courage with supreme confidence at the top of the stretch. After that, dive deep, then it's Gentleman's Secret. Behind them, Miami Crockett and Channel 1 still far out of it, 8th pole. It is Optimal Courage spurting clear by 4, and the 1-2 favorite, Optimal Courage, runs away and hides in race 2. Racing, Mr. Who being ridden for speed, and Mr. Who grabs the lead. Windcracker has good speed to the inside. Unified Dreams makes it nearly a line of 3, and they have 7 furlongs to go, chasing that 3, looking to win 3 in a row. After that, we come to Magoo, and Magoo's 4 lengths from the front. Then it's T-Bone's Trick, 6 out of it, and to the inside, a flat-out winner. They head up the Canterbury Park backstretch on the Muddy Main, and it's Mr. Who and Harry Hernandez slowing down a bit on the lead as Windcracker comes crackling through to the inside and puts the nose in front. Unified Dreams tracks coyly, about 2.5 out of it, and just to the outside of Magoo. Then we come to T-Bone's Trick, still 6 out of it, now put in last by Flat Out Winner. Mr. Who reclaims the lead, and Mr. Who opens up by 1, make it a half. Unified Dreams on the move. Likewise for Magoo, Windcrackers dropping out of it. Then it's Flat Out Winner, T-Bone's Trick taken to the outside by Lopez for the stretch run, 8 lengths from the front. And around about the quarter pole, it's Mr. Who, locked in battle with Unified Dreams. Windcracker watches a good one from 3 out of it. Then it's T-Bone's Trick. That one is to the outside of Flat Out Winner, and they're coming home now. Up goes Unified Dreams. Mr. Who is now a length back. Then we come to Windcracker and Flat Out Winner, not today for T-Bone's Trick, and it's Unified Dreams, slippery when wet. Racing, Mo Smoking got the jump on the field at 4-5, but that lead has been ceded, and Pat's Gal is a fast gal, and Pat's Gal comes scooting through on the inside to take the lead around the first turn. The one in second is Dixie Girl 2. Then we come to Mizzen G-Ma. Field has become well strung out, especially for 6. 10 covers them, and speaking of the 6, Mo Smoking advancing to the inside of Mizzen G-Ma. Then we come back to Skedaddle's Legacy, and Delusional Dream has been guided to the outside by Roman, about 10 lengths behind number 1, who's currently number 1. It's Pat's Gal and Kelsey. Pat's Gal strolls along with a 1-length lead. Dixie Girl 2 is on the move and cuts that lead to a half, and now a neck, and now a nose, and they travel in perfect harmony into the far turn. Right behind them is Mo Smoking, begging for the light of day on this cloudy Sunday. Outside of Mo Smoking is Mizzen G-Ma. Then it's a mile back to Delusional Dream, and Skedaddle's Legacy is 12 out of it. Pat's Gal, and behind that that one is Mo Smoking. Pat's Gal has put away Dixie Girl 2. Mizzen G-Ma, 7 out of it, and 1 and 6 have run away from the rest of the field. Pat's Gal to the inside of Mo Smoking on that class drop, and Mo Smoking joins Pat's Gal, and they squabble inside the final 150. It is Mo Smoking the outside. Pat's Gal swinging back on the inside. Mo Smoking leads it by a neck and is edging clear, and Mo Smoking wins it spotless, cap to boot. Number 2, Wise Verdict, unseated jockey Lindy Wade. Number 2, unseated the rider and is out of the race. The others roll on with it, and going around the first turn and grabbing the lead is Astronomical, attempting to win 2 consecutive races. After that, we have Aries Reigns, and Aries Reigns is about 2 lengths from the lead as rider Lindy Wade attempts to crawl off the track. The gate has been moved as the others head up the backstretch. And number 2, Wise Verdict, indeed out of the race. So the others go on, and Astronomical leads it by a half from Words of Wisdom. After that, we have Thought, and Thought's about 2.5 lengths clear from Aries Reigns to the inside of Outrun'em, and Outrun'em is far clear from the white horse Make Noise, who's quite silent, 15 out of it. And they're approaching the top of the stretch as they get Lindy into the ambulance. We wish him well on this Sunday with race 5 continuing, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. And Harry and Astronomical still lead it. Between them, Words of Wisdom is languishing, and there goes Thought. And Thought at 2.5 to 1 stampedes to the lead. Aries Reigns is next. After that, we have Outrun'em, and they're into the final 150. And Thought and Carlo Lopez have run them into the ground. Do hold all tickets. There will be a steward's inquiry into the start of race number 5. And they're racing, and Strut on Louie struts out of the gate first, but has been overtaken by Astronaut Oscar. Astronaut Oscar from Warrior Boss, who's prominent. And after that, we have Strut on Louie, now overtaken by Sea to Success. That's the rider with the orange silks to the inside. And after that, American Refugee. Then we come back to Reef's Destiny, close handy. And the one in last is Beat the Heat, far out of it. A clump of equine athletes head into the far turn in unison. In fact, we have 5 abreast, and here comes American Refugee with a huge move to the outside at 3.5 to 1. American Refugee tackles Astronaut Oscar. Strut on Louie had to check and lost 3 lengths. Overtaken by Sea to Success. Warrior Boss scrubbed on very hard, not doing much. Reef's Destiny, 5 out of it, closing in, and then it's Beat the Heat, who's running on but far out of it. And they're still packed up around the top of the lane. Minnesotan Astronaut Oscar boxes on inside. Sea to Success catches an Aqueduct to the inside with the white face. Outside of that, Reef's Destiny at 7 to 1, and between them, American Refugee. Here's Reef's Destiny. Reef's Destiny in time. And the racing, all three off smoothly. And Kelsey asks Swanage for speed, and Swanage, the Kentucky-bred mare, responds, and Swanage takes the lead around the first turn. The trio of equine athletes are separated by 2, and Swanage has company now in the shape of Badger Kitten to the inside, and Looking So Lucky and Harry, they track 4 lengths behind Swanage, and now Swanage runs away by a length and a half, nearly 2. Badger Kitten purrs along now to the outside of Swanage, and just to the inside of Looking So Lucky. So in the Sunday penultimate, it is 7-1-2, and they're covered by 2.5 lengths, and now they have 4 furlongs to go. And Kelsey Haar, looking to double today, still has a tight hold on Swanage, who leads it now by just a half. Badger Kitten and Looking So Lucky are taking on Swanage, and we have 3 astern around the turn. Swanage a long neck, Looking So Lucky, the 2-5 favorite on the 3 wide side, and between them is Badger Kitten, and they all arrive at the top of the stretch together. It is Looking So Lucky and Harry, Swanage and Kelsey to the inside. Badger Kitten now 5 lengths in arrears, and Looking So Lucky is living up to the last part of the name in a very advantageous and a lucky spot, the lead, and it's an ever widening lead on Swanage. Then it's Badger Kitten, but it's Looking So Lucky and Harry, they're gone. And they're racing in the Brady 8th Race Classic. JJ's Wildcat at 16-1 pops with speed. JJ's Wildcat looking for the lead, but Halo's Laddie and Casey's First BMW, they're also fast. So is Holden tight to the inside with Harry. Then we come to Direct Action, blocked by the leading 3. Into the far turn they travel. Stun Gun is about 7-8 lengths from the lead. Off the far turn they stroll, and we have a 3-pronged battle for the lead. Holden tight to the inside. Casey's First BMW 3 wide. Between them is Halo's Laddie, and outside of that, Direct Action is in play on the 4 wide side. Then we come back about 5 lengths to Scary at Canterbury, and Stun Gun is running on. 3/16 of a mile to go, and here comes Direct Action, and there goes Direct Action. Stun Gun running on quickly, but only for a minor, because Direct Action is gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. good afternoon, and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf under partly sunny skies on this breezy Wednesday afternoon. We've got 12 races on hand for you. Let's go through the changes on the card. Start in race number 1, where the 6 should be listed as a gelding. 6 in race 1 is a gelding. Moving on to race number 2, scratch the 3, Emily Smiles. Race 2, take out 3. With that scratch, there is no superfecta in race 2. Races 3 and 4 are both clean. No changes in races 3 and 4. We sail on to race number 5. In the 5th race, scratch number 2, Tri-Spot. Race 5, take out the deuce. Races 6, 7, and 8 are all free and clear. There are no changes in races 6, 7, or 8. In our 9th race, we have a scratch of number 2, Blue by You. Race 9, take out the 2. With that scratch, no superfecta in the 9th. No super in the 2nd, no super in the 9th. Races 10 and 11 and 12, all clean. 10, 11, 12, free of changes. Up next, we get you set for this 12-race bonanza. Jeff Madej and Angela Herman, and it's going to be awesome.
Well, good evening and welcome to Canterbury Park. It's a hot summer night, and there's nothing better on a hot summer night than a 12-pack, and that's what we've got for you. 12 races, 7 thoroughbreds, 5 quarter horses, lots of action, betting galore. Angela Herman joins me. I'm Jeff Madej. We're here to give you a little preview of what's ahead, not just today, but also over the weekend. But before we do that, we should probably take a look at the thoroughbred jockey and trainer standings so we know what's what and who's who.
Of course, of course. And, you know, you like to mention opening weekend, but we can see the standings behind us. They're going to come up on screen in a moment. That is a distant memory for our leading jockey, Harry Hernandez. Boy, has he taken control of that rider's race. He's 4 ahead of Lindy Wade. I think Lindy's got some big shots tonight. I've taken a couple of horses of his through the weekend, too. He sits in second now, a few clear of Alonso Quinones, but he and Gallardo, Eduardo Gallardo, who we've seen a lot more of this year, making his way through the standings, riding a lot for Mac, and I think Mac might be set up for a big week upcoming as well.
Yeah, Gallardo was kind of an unknown last year. He rode here and there, but he started riding more at Oaklawn, and when he came up with Mac, he's been riding some of the big horses, and you're going to see him in the winner's circle tonight, most likely.
Yeah, I believe he was former Apprentice of the Year, if not in the running for it, but, I mean, has really come back to life and has made his impact on those jockey standings. I think the future is only up for him from here, and Joel Burnt leading the way. He's pretty far ahead of Mac Robertson, but we've seen these two volley back and forth throughout the season. Last year, they ended up in a tie. Right now, there is quite a space between the two of them, but not much between Mac and everybody behind him, so still plenty of time to sort things out. But Joel Burnt, with especially a lot of his turf horses, taking a commanding early lead.
The Gary Shear barn, absolutely on fire right now.
Sure.
Silva is firing, so you got to keep an eye on some of those hot trainers and the hot jockeys.
Indeed.
And when they team up, pow, you go right to the winner's circle with them. So
Pow.
That's your job to point them out. You and Kevin and Paul, we call you the STEAM team for a reason.
We try to point out something like that, but you know, we disagree every once in a while, and tonight Kevin and I happen to agree on quite a few. There's a lot of different things to pick from as you choose your races. We have turf racing on a firm turf course. We have thoroughbred racing on fast dirt. Lots of quarter horses to end things off too, including a special wager associated with them.
Oh, 5 quarter horse races. That means we get a 10% takeout, pick 5 wager on those last 5 races, all of them quarter horses. It's a dream. It's a dream come true is what it is. So I'm looking forward to diving into that. There's only one scratch out of there. It's a pretty good sequence. We've got a little bit of everybody. Ed Hardy, Brandon McDaniel, Mallory Norton, Jason Olmstead. All the big trainers have horses in these races. So I think they're not just single. You're going to have to go deep. You're going to have to finesse it a little bit. And if you can beat one of the Olmsteads, because they always get bet,
That's
you
fair.
get cash for size.
Very fair, very fair. Now, we have Killer Queen coming up in our concert series later in the summer. You know, if you go to a Killer Queen concert, you expect to hear Under Pressure, right?
You do. You expect to hear Under Pressure. And Under Pressure, for those of you who are race fans, you know that name well, because Under Pressure was a racehorse who had a very, very successful career, ran for a number of years here at Canterbury, but also in Louisiana, where he was a champion. But he's been retired, and racehorses need another career after their retirement. Under Pressure is starting a new career for owner Mallory Richard and her husband Chris Richard. Let's take a look and learn more about the racehorse Under Pressure.
Under Pressure is too good. Under Pressure. This is a very nice racehorse.
The racehorse Under Pressure had a successful career with trainer Chris Richard and owner Mallory Richard. Racing until 2021, the multiple stakes winning Louisiana bred won 14 times, including twice at Canterbury Park, earning more than $870,000. Now, Under Pressure has a new career.
So now Under Pressure, we affectionately call him Up, is now going in training to be the stable pony. So he just started here at Canterbury, relearning the job after having a long racing career. He's 9 years old now. So we just started, gave him the winter off, started back in April riding him out at the farm just a little bit, getting him to know the ropes and get a little handle on him before bringing him here to Canterbury, and he took to it just like he's done it his whole life. So when we went out the first time, he was kind of on his toes, like, hey, I'm here back at the track, I gotta train again. And we went up and we stood, and he was a little confused at first because he didn't get a back up or turn around. We just walked up and stood and then went back home. And it took him about 2 days of going back and forth before he realized, okay, this is kind of nice. I kind of like just standing here and doing a lot of nothing but watching. And he didn't take him long at all to figure it out, just to relax up there, and he's not up there to train. And so he's very intelligent. It didn't take him long at all to readapt, and he's not racy, which is very unusual, especially for a horse of his racing status. He's not racy, he's not tough in the bridle. He just kind of goes up there, chills, watches, and goes back home. The stable pony is the babysitter. As many people know, they kind of are there to help the racehorses along if they need a little assistance or get worried or nervous. Some horses might get a little fractious if they've got to go to the gate. So the stable pony just helps get the racehorses where they need to be and in the best possible fashion, quiet, relaxed, so that they can get their job done the best that they can.
We appreciate their time in telling us a little bit more about Under Pressure. Goes from racehorse, transitions beautifully into his next career, and he will be competing in the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover this fall. There's a lot more that goes into that. Check out the Canterbury blog if you want to see full video details and follow Under Pressure's journey from racehorse and beyond.
Absolutely. Great story there. Handicapping horses is what we do, and betting on horses is what the Steam team does well. You've got a chance to use what you know and win this $40 ExpressBet Canterbury Park feeder. Just open up your ExpressBet app. You can enter right there. You can make wagers on the thoroughbred portion of the race card. If you win a $300 entry, and you play that in the middle of the month. From there, you go on to a $2,000 contest where you can win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or to the National Handicappers Championship where they're giving away $4 or $5 million. But it can all start tonight on ExpressBet with a $40 ExpressBet Canterbury Park feeder. Get involved now. I know you plan to, Ann.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Now, we do have another special wager offered. We have the quarter horse pick 5, but we have an all-turf pick 3. It's $1 minimum. It's a 14% takeout wager. And tonight, it'll go across races 3, 5, and 7. That's my ticket behind me. 1, 5, and 8 for me in the first leg of it. I just go to 3, 4, Protonic and Gin and Burning and Leaves, trying to upset some of their older counterparts. And 1 and 5 in race number 7. That's going to be a crucial leg to a lot of horizontal wagers tonight, including the all-turf pick 3. I really like the rail horse in there. We're going to talk more about him in the angle, but that's a $12 ticket. If you want to jump in on that, go right ahead. It starts in the 3rd, and then another mention of the 3rd, the Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular.
Absolutely. We'll race Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, and then we come back for a special July 3rd fireworks extravaganza. Start racing around 4:15. 9 races, live music from Boogie Wonderland. You'll be getting down.
I will be both boogieing, getting down, and everything else that has to go with it. It's so fun. I mean, you go from a day of racing, a day of family time together, get a little music in there, get a little fireworks, and then you get to do it all over again the next day. It's a great way to kick off your holiday.
Absolutely is. You can see the jockeys now coming into the paddock for race number 1. We're about 10 or 12 minutes away from that starting, and that means we're 10 or 12 minutes away from the start of the post-time pick 4 that has a 10% takeout, and there's no lower takeout in the nation.
The universe, for that matter.
That's true.
It's us.
Mars has nothing on us when it comes to takeout on the post-time pick 4. The horses begin to make their way up out of the saddling enclosure into the walking ring. We'll take a look for Kevin Gore because he's going to handicap this race, and then he's going to come back before post-time and give you a pick 4. Kevin Gorg, are you out there?
Yes, I'm coming.
There he goes. I just saw him dashing by. He's making his way to the microphone now. Kevin?
Kevin, do you hear us? Come in.
I hope my horses run as fast as I just did.
That was a quick turn of foot there. That was very, very impressive.
It was a burst. It was a burst, and here we are for the first of 12 tonight, and we're all very excited in the press box for the endeavor. And first race I thought was a puzzler, and I have the race 4732. I include the 2 in there, and that's a horse that I'm a little surprised. 5-2 morning line. There's a good look at this runner. Joel Burnt. Everything he sent out last week seemed to run. There was a race over the weekend where he had 2 horses. They ran 1-2. So be warned that everything he throws out there, even if it's not his go-to jockey, they all seem to be running. And this horse is 7-1 with Luis Valenzuela. I find that super interesting. Mac Robertson has a pair, and I know that he's got Roman on one and Bridgman on the other, the 5 and 6. They're both taking money. The 5 taking lots of cash here. In from Hawthorne on the big drop. Maiden special down to maiden 10. There's a good look at the 5 right there. I don't have this horse in my top 4, and if this horse wins, I'll be in trouble. But right now, the fans are all over this horse. 9-5. Wow, I didn't see this coming. I like that horse right there. I like the 4, Mike Caliante. This horse is in good form. I don't like the 0 for 11, but the horse puts in an honest effort every single time. Comes off a race on the turf last time where, the turf has been playing to speed. They went 25 for the opening quarter mile, and this horse was still able to gobble up some ground late and get second. So will need the pace to back up. I think this is a big enough field where the pace is going to be honest. So I think my Calante can come get the money for Zeke Laura. He won a race on the turf last week for Joe Roberts at a big price. I think it was 10-1 on the front end, so some versatility here. And I think Zeke gets the money in race 1. I've got the 7 in second. Harry Hernandez for Nevada Lift, this horse makes sense to me. But how about the gate issues this 7 horse has had? 4 career starts, and if you read those running lines in daily racing form, off slow, off a step slow, off slow, off slow. If this horse figures things out and Harry can get this horse out of the gate, there is some value on Just Because. 9-1 is a great price. Second time on the turf, if you go back and watch that replay from June the 4th, made a really nice move around the turn, got within a couple lengths of the leader, and then that slow start seemed to catch up to him a little bit. But absolutely positively the 7 can run, and I think the 8 is super sneaky for Bobby Klein. Chad Lindsay gets aboard. Chad knows to get this horse out of the gate with some speed, and boy, does that 8 horse make a really nice impression in the paddock. Gorgeous looking horse. So you're going to see my pick 4 ticket here momentarily, and I do not have the 8 on that ticket. You can add the 8, and the ticket won't be too much impacted financially by that, but I think the 8's super sneaky on the front as well. I'm on the 4. So is Angela. Very competitive turf maidens here at a 1-mile distance, and the weather continues to get better here. It's sunny, it's windy, which is good, and we're excited about this 12-race program. 7 thoroughbreds, 5 quarter horses. It's going to be a lot of fun. The post-time pick 4 is next. They'll be at the gate in around 8. Good luck and enjoy your time watching or attending here at Canterbury Park. The incomparable Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for race number 1 on a firm turf course. We have Win Place Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and the lowest takeout in the industry, the 10% takeout, 50 cents, post-time, pick 4. Race 1, 7 minutes from now. Okay, race fans, time for that post-time pick 4. I'm going to go 4 deep here. You can certainly add a couple of horses. I thought the 8 made the best impression in the paddock, and I'm watching this horse underneath the press box now, warming up in front of us. Looks terrific with that speed. If he can get loose from Big Pete, might be a horse you can add. But I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, and 7 on this $16 ticket. I think those are the primary players. I like the 4 best. My Calante. Do not have the 5 right now as the favorite, so I'm taking a chance here going against Mac Robertson in race 2. I am bullish on Mac's horse. Number 1, Clickbait. Gallardo gets aboard. She's got natural speed. Don't love the post draw from the inside at 6.5, but she's a talented mare. She can figure it out, and I think at low odds she'll get the money. In race 3, it's a wide open turf race. I'll use 4 horses, 1, 4, 5, and 8. I've got Glendale, the 1 on top at 7-2, but I think that race could go a lot of different directions. We'll try to stay alive to race number 4, where I think it's a 2-horse race. I respect St. Charles, who's my 3rd choice in that race, the 1, who you could add, but I like the 2 and the 5 a lot. Distorted Pro, Form Mac, and Joe Novogratz looks very tough to beat. I think the value comes in races 1 and 3, which it normally does in crowded turf fields, and that's exactly what we've got. 2, 3, 4, 7 with 1, 4, 5, 8 with 2, 5. Just a $16 ticket. Looking to hook up for a couple $100 to get our night started out right. We've got quarter horses on the back end. We've got a great card for you. The post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout happens in 3 minutes.
The horses are approaching the starting gate for Wednesday night at Canterbury Park, provided by Michelob Ultra. We have $5 beer every Wednesday, all season long, courtesy of Mick Ultra. The featured groups this evening include Abdu, Kusky Financial, DGI Symmetry, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and RDO Equipment. We also thank Loeffler, the providers of Race 1, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, Quick Trip, and Kim Crawford Wines. Now they've reached the gate. It's post time. Into the gate for the first on a sunny Wednesday at Canterbury Park. And they're moving in to start the 10% takeout, post-time pick 4. That is an occurrence every live racing day at Canterbury. Our first pick 4 with a nation low 10% takeout. So not a lot of activity around the country this evening with thoroughbred horse racing. Take advantage of this, the post-time pick 4. Also, our pick 5 has a 10% nation low takeout. And it's a 50-cent wager. As Water to Wine, making his turf debut, goes in. 8 in the gate. Welcome to Canterbury Park, and they're racing. And Big Pete and Kelsey win the start, along with a Lee of Little Faith. And Lee of Little Faith at 11-1 grabs the lead, and it's a lonely lead. It's about a length and a half. Big Pete pulling Kelsey right out of the saddle with Lucky's Lane next to the inside. Then it's Forever Indian about 5 lengths from the front, just off the heels of Lucky's Lane as they go around the first turn. Now Mike Galante, rider has the yellow helmet cover, gets involved between horses. Just Because is outside of that one at 10-1. Then there's a conspicuous gap to 3 Rough Shods. That one in Bridgemahan about 10, maybe 9 lengths from the lead. And at 2-1, and the one in last is Water to Wine on the stretch out and the turf debut. Meanwhile, up top, the long shot, Lee of Little Faith continues to lead it, but now that lead has been cut to nearly a half. Big Pete 0 for 21, hoping today is the day at CBY. Mike Galante's making a sharp move. Mike Galante on the move, blowing by Big Pete. Lucky's Lane right behind the leaders being shoved on, and Lee of Little Faith at 11-1 continues to show the way. After that, 3 Rough Shods shoved on incredibly hard, 10 lengths out of it, overtaken by Just Because, and they head for home. Lee of Little Faith, Mike Galante to the outside, even wider out, a resurgent, a Big Pete, and here comes 3 Rough Shods like a shot on the outside. Up goes Mike Galante with Big Pete and 3 Rough Shods. Here it is! Looks like Mike Galante, but it's tight. If the 3 wins, 0 for 21 is no more, but it may be Mike Galante at 3.5-1. Ladies and gentlemen, the first is a dead heat. We had a tie for first between numbers 3, Big Pete, and 4, My Calante. A dead heat for first place to begin festivities. So a track photographer's dream is a placing judge's nightmare, but nevertheless, we settle it with a dead heat, meaning multiple exactas, trifectas, superfectas, doubles into the second, post time pick 4, alive to 3 and 4, and here they are. First into the winner's enclosure, it is Big Pete, a maiden no more, and the winning rider, Kelsey Haar. The winning owner, Victor Morales, and the co-winning trainer of race number 1 is Tony Rengstorff. This is Big Pete. It's 3 and 4, 5, 2. And the first race is official. The second into the winner's enclosure, My Calante and Ezekiel Lara. The winning owner, Jimmy Roberts, and the winning trainer, Joe Blair Roberts. Behold, My Calante. So once again, we have 3-4 and 4-3 exactas, all the payoffs on TV monitors now. Trifectas, 3-4-5, 4-3-5, then 3-4-5-2 for the superfecta, and 4-3-5-2. And we move on to race number 2. And with the second, we go to a fast main track. Scratch number 3, Emily Smiles. No superfecta wagering in race number 2. And we thank Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, and Jim Beam for summer sponsorship. We welcome the Jolly Trot to the racetrack today. Jerry Jolly is celebrating her 80th birthday with us at Canterbury Park. And race number 2 is provided by Apple Autos.
Each week, the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Agency honors a Groom of the Week, the unsung heroes of the backside. Tonight, the HBBA recognizes Rachel LeCount as the Groom of the Week. Rachel works for trainer Bruce Regan, and little did he know that when she showed up for her first day of work 16 years ago, she would still be standing with him here today. She grooms and cares for every horse in the Regan barn, and he says that she is incredibly hardworking, never misses a day, and brings a positive attitude to everyone in the barn, human or equine. When Rachel has the opportunity, which isn't very often during the summer, she enjoys camping, traveling, going to concerts, spending time with her family and her friends, many of whom she met here at Canterbury Park. Congratulations to the lovely and talented Rachel LeCount, the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week.
Welcome to Canterbury Park, and they're racing, and Big Pete and Kelsey win the start, along with a Lee of Little Faith. And Lee of Little Faith at 11-1 grabs the lead, and it's a lonely lead. It's about a length and a half. Big Pete pulling Kelsey right out of the saddle with Lucky's Lane next to the inside. Then it's Forever Indian about 5 lengths from the front, just off the heels of Lucky's Lane as they go around the first turn. Now Mike Calante Calante. Rider has the yellow helmet cover, gets involved between horses. Just Because is outside of that one at 10-1. Then there's a conspicuous gap to 3 Rough Shods. That one in Bridgemahan about 10, maybe 9 lengths from the lead. And at 2-1, and the one in last is Water to Wine on the stretch out and the turf debut. Meanwhile, up top, the long shot, Lee of Little Faith continues to lead it, but now that lead has been cut to nearly a half. Big Pete 0 for 21, hoping today is the day at CBY. Mike Calante's making a sharp move. Mike Calante on the move, blowing by Big Pete. Lucky's Lane right behind the leaders being shoved on, and Lee of Little Faith at 11-1 continues to show the way. After that, 3 Rough Shods shoved on incredibly hard, 10 lengths out of it, overtaken by Just Because, and they head for home. Lee of Little Faith, Mike Calante to the outside, even wider out, a Resurgent, a Big Pete, and here comes 3 Rough Shods like a shot on the outside. Up goes Mike Calante with Big Pete and 3 Rough Shods. Here it is! Looks like Mike Calante, but it's tight. If the 3 wins, 0 for 21 is no more.
Well, for the first time in our 2023 meet, we have a dead heat for a win. The 3 and the 4 hit the line together with Zeke Laura and the lovely Kelsey Haar. So you get both those horses home. If you're live in the pick 4 with both, you've got double the chance now to score for some money with that post-time pick 4. And the other thing I noticed in the first race is people are betting us across the country. Over $200,000 bet in that first race. And right now, Canterbury and Penn National, the only tracks going. So this is an excellent opportunity if you're a regular here that comes out to Shakopee and plays here at Canterbury. Take on some of that national money, and you know the trends and the trainers and the jockeys. Use that to your advantage. Everybody knows about the one here. You can see it on the tote board. This is Mac Robertson's horse, Clickbait, and boy, is she a gorgeous gray. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call, and look at that race last time out. It was a $50,000 stakes race opening weekend. Charlie's Penny, the winner, is a horse that's won all over the country, including places like glitzy Churchill Downs. We get the double handler on Clickbait. She's got natural speed. But I mentioned this earlier. The inside post is no bargain at 6.5 furlongs. Eduardo's going to have to work out a trip here. All things are equal, and she gets the trip. She's just too good. She's an excellent horse. She doesn't need the lead, but she's got natural speed. I couldn't get around her. I singled her on my pick 4. But I do think there are a couple of horses here to keep an eye on, and one of them's the horse right next door. She's my warrior. She is super fast. Tim Padilla, the conditioner, Alonzo Quinones, the pilot, they've been off to a terrific start. They wintered down in Tampa. Those horses have come here ready to roll. 3 wins at Canterbury on the main track from 8 starts, and she might be fast enough to keep up with Clickbait. Maybe she can even clear off early. She's a really nice looking horse down here as well. 4 is Taking Charge, Desi. Lindy Wade for Val Lund has yet to win on the main track here in 6 tries, but she has finished in the top 3 in 4 of those starts. Likely going to sit off the pace and hope for a battle up front. If they battle, like the 1 and 2, who both have speed, maybe she can pick up some of the pieces late. The 5 is Sharp. Her name is Larimar. Luis Valenzuela gets the call. Nice win last time at 9-1. Sat off the pace and pounced professionally. She's been in the money both times she's raced at Canterbury, including that victory. Outside horse also, I think, is worth a look. The Iowa-bred Sugar Shack Queen. Berzer comes in to ride. He's the regular pilot for Bonnie Berzer and beat Iowa-breds last time. And it wasn't who this horse beat, but the way this horse won that race. In good form, I think the post gives her the best advantage because now the jock with natural speed can pick the spot. Probably going to sit off the 1 and 2 and try to pounce, but certainly the danger, if you like one of those inside horses, the Iowa Invader is 4-1. We got 5 of them here going 6.5 furlongs, a critical leg in the pick 4. Leg number 2, no superfecta wagering. And if you're playing Canterbury Park, don't forget about the First Bet app. It's the preferred app of all of us in the press box. Easy to put money in and take money out when you win. The First Bet app, only here at Canterbury. Race 2 coming up. Race 2 coming at you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, Sir Leonard Dykert is going to do that thing. To the amazement of rider Eduardo Gallardo, that is Len Dykert. And he brings the horses onto the track for race number 2. The main track listing is fast. And we scratch number 3, Emily Smiles. We also scratch all plans for superfecta wagers here in race number 2. courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Locations include Apple Ford Shakopee and Apple Ford Lincoln, Apple Valley. Thank you, Apple Autos.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. And now before we get to the second of our 12 races today, we're going to play a little beer pong presented by Mick Ultra. We got a couple of contestants that are going to throw those balls at those giant cups. We're going to do it big with this round of beer pong. If they can get it in that front row, you get a daily double pack. You get it in the middle cups, you get a daily double pack and a gift card from TJ Hooligans. And if you can get it in the back row, well, you get a couple of tickets to Beer Fest. And I mean, if you're going to play a giant game of beer pong, you might as well get something good for it. Whenever you guys are ready, step up to that green spot and take your shot. You're going to have 2 chances at it. Take home all the loot that you can, guys. Good luck. Throw number 1. A lot of power on that throw, just a little beyond the cups. That's all right. You get another try at it. Just had to warm up. All right, we got one in the middle row. You win a daily double pack and a TJ Hooligans gift card. All right, show them how it's done. Get one for the ladies. Get those Beer Fest tickets in the back row. Oh, she tried it. She tried it that time, bouncing from one cup to the other. Very good shot, though. Second one, what do you got? Man, okay, well, if any one of you are looking for a beer pong partner, may I make a suggestion? Congratulations, my goodness, 2 cups filled. You get Beer Fest tickets, TJ Hooligans Daily Double. You can have the track if you make another one, but we're going to stop you for now. Congratulations. Thank you guys for playing. If you want to check out Beer Fest, you want to check out any of the other events coming up here at Canterbury Park, check out canterburypark.com. That's where you get your tickets. That's where you find out the lineups. That's where you get all the information that you need if you want to join us out here for one of our many special events. For now, we got 4 minutes until race number 2, and your current 1 to 2 favorite remains Clickbait.
They have reached the starting gate, and it's post time for the second race. Canterbury Park would like to welcome an old friend to the racetrack today, J.G. Preston, who was the PR mogul and spokesperson for Canterbury Downs, spending an evening at the races with us here at Canterbury Park. On behalf of the great Howard Sinker, welcome J.G. Preston. The fans think it's welcome clickbait to the winner's circle. She's 2-5. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. Two from the outside. Larimer scoots out quickly, so does She's My Warrior. Then it's the gray clickbait to the inside, and clickbait, this speedy Minnesotan, revs up to be a half length out of it. Larimer outside of She's My Warrior. Wider out is Sugar Shack Queen, looking to win 2 in a row. The Prairie Meadows Steam is on the move, and she brought Alex Berzer with her. After that, Take Charge Desi, about 5 lengths, separates the 5 as they head into the far turn. She's My Warrior in the queue. Clickbait in tightly to the inside, and Gallardo's beginning to niggle at Clickbait. Outside of that, Sugar Shack Queen looking to rule over the field. Larimer shuffled back to 4th, 4 out of it, and then it's Taking Charge Desi to the outside of Larimer, and they head for home. Clickbait gets a seam to the inside and now is roused for run and responds, and Clickbait takes the lead from She's My Warrior. Then it's Sugar Shack Queen. Not today for the Prairie Meadows Steam. AC Doocy in a spine tingler. She's My Warrior. Clickbait, but She's My Warrior. And she came out to play. The Bees Orchid purse has come down to a photo. A photo in the Bees Orchid. Stand by. It's number 2, She's My Warrior. 2165 in 116.09. Just like every single year the last 7 years, the Bees Orchid purse comes down to a photo. Second race, official. 6:10 for that exacta, 8:45 for the try, hot favorite in the middle. And the 3-2 double, $12.80. The 4-2 double, $14.70, given the dead heat in race 1. The third takes us back to the beautiful Canterbury turf course. It is firm, and the rail is 15 feet out. No scratches, no rider changes for the third race. This one begins the 14% takeout, $1 all-turf pick 3. It's on races 3, 5, and 7, and we do it each and every Wednesday. This all-turf pick 3 begins here about 20 minutes from now with just a 14% takeout. No scratches, no rider changes for the first part of the all-turf pick 3. thanks to Michelob Ultra and Ashley Home Store. Stop by and see our friends at Ashley Home Store, as well as receive an opportunity to win their top-selling purple pillow. Thank you, Ashley. In the winner's circle, She's My Warrior and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. The winning trainer, Tim Padilla. She's My Warrior is a 4-year-old bay filly by Warrior's Reward from the Stormy Atlantic mare Garden Gloves. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Messrs. Matson and Padilla. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. 2 from the outside. Larimer scoots out quickly. So does She's My Warrior. Then it's the gray Clickbait to the inside, and Clickbait, this speedy Minnesotan, revs up to be a half length out of it. Larimer outside of She's My Warrior. Wider out is Sugar Shack Queen, looking to win 2 in a row. The Prairie Meadows Steam is on the move, and she brought Alex Berger with her. After that, Take Charge Desi, about 5 lengths separates the 5 as they head into the far turn. She's My Warrior in the queue. Clickbait in tightly to the inside, and Gallardo's beginning to niggle at Clickbait. Outside of that, Sugar Shack Queen looking to rule over the field. Larimer shuffled back to 4th, 4 out of it, and then it's Taking Charge Desi to the outside of Larimer, and they head for home. Clickbait gets a seam to the inside and now is roused for run and responds, and Clickbait takes the lead from She's My Warrior. Then it's Sugar Shack Queen. Not today for the Prairie Meadows Steam. AC Doocy in a spine tingler. She's My Warrior. Clickbait, but She's My Warrior. And she came out to play.
That's the paper walking out of the screen. And now we move on to race number 3. Very exciting finish. A couple of them actually to start this 12-race day. Now we'll go back to the turf course for this third race. And this starts that turf pick 3. You saw the ticket back up on the screen a second ago. It's a 14% takeout wager. It's $1 minimum. And today it's races 3, 5, and 7. Yes, it does start here with the third. As the sun tries to poke out a little bit behind me, we have 8 going in the gate for race number 3 today. And all 3 of the Steen team members agree on the rail horse, Glendale. Glendale is right now at 5-2. He is your slight second choice. It's a versatile sort of runner, and Matt Williams picked him up a couple of starts ago. That was at the end of May in his first Canterbury foray, and he did step him up. He doubled him in price last time. He was only beaten a couple of lengths by King of the Kids, but you have to look really hard to find a bad performance on Canterbury's turf out of that horse. So Glendale didn't run behind anybody bad in defeat, and he was second most of the way along there, pushing along the pace. The rail draw should help with that. Same sort of thing goes with Black Limo. My top choice was Glendale, but my second choice was Black Limo. This horse would be a much better price, and right now he is at 12-1. Hasn't been on the turf in almost a year. The last time that he touched it was last August. That was against some pricey maidens, though, and he showed speed that day, as he has in most of his races. He just sometimes gets caught behind horses, and Black Limo doesn't seem to be a huge fan of that. Sometimes he gets a little headstrong, but if he can relax, maybe sit just a touch off the pace, I thought Black Limo would be in a good tactical position. Whether or not he takes to our turf is another question, but the price is going to be good enough to find out. Right now, you get 12-1. You get 9-1 on Calico Joe. Calico Joe broke his maiden last time around, and that was his first try over Canterbury turf. He had run on the dirt exclusively prior to that. Shorter and then longer, but Calico Joe pulled it off in a rather smallish race that day. He got kind of tired at the end of it, but still finished off over Mike Calante and Big Pete, who both dead heated to win the first, so I guess that flatters him, but right now you get 8-1 on him. Magnet and Steel comes off a third place finish on the dirt, though. He hasn't gone around 2 turns, and he hasn't gone on the turf. Some questions for him, but this is the way that the Star Tribune goes, and he is your current favorite at 2-1. I'm sure the thought is stealing things on the front end with Magnet and Steel, and that's not out of the question, as there isn't an overabundance of pace in here. Some of it might come from the horse next door, though. Unique Path, I'm sorry, I can't see very well, was third last time around. He was behind Black Limo, but he was only a nose behind him that day. The smoke is making it very, very hard to read. The Swayze Express just right next door to him. What? I'm sorry. Hang on one moment. And moving along towards the outside, Tour the World, a deep closer in this bunch. I don't think he'll have an overabundance of pace to run down, but Tour the World does have 1 second place finish over a turf course. Frankly, he needs to run a lot better to make an impact in here, and right now he is 6-1. Kurt's Choice just broke his maiden on the outside, not unlike some of the runners to his inside. Was very impressive that day, and that was against Open Company. He drew off that day after setting some pretty easy stuff on the front end. He'll probably get a test on the front end, but you get 5-1 if you want to find out if Kurt's Choice can put him back to back. Now they do head out for not only the start of the turf pick 3, but the pick 5. That's coming up in 9 minutes, and your current favorite now resides on the rail in Glendale. Kevin is upstairs. Kevin wants to take you through the pick 5, and he's going to do that after the post parade.
Beautifully done, and the call to the post brings them on the track and subsequently to a firm turf course for the third. Multiple big spot horizontal wagers available here, including the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5, that's a nation low, and the 14% takeout 1% all turf pick 3. on races 3, 5, and 7. All that begins in 5 minutes.
Lots of action at Canterbury Park tonight. We're going to take a look at our power play, which is going to land later in the pick 5, which starts right here. We've got the all-turf pick 3. We've also got the pick 5 with that 10% takeout. And within that, race 6 comes up, and I love a horse tonight. Her name is Princess Livia. She'll be the 3. We've got a couple of things here converging. Number 1 is she loves this track. 8 tries on our main track, and you can see 8 times in the money. Tony Rengsdorf, the conditioner, just last time out, really impressed with the way she ran. And then the patience off the claim of finding the right spot. A couple of nice 3-furlong breezes waiting for this race to come up. And let's go back to last time out, because this is a legitimate pace-filled race. You can see that she's battling on the lead. They go 45 flat to the half mile. So front runners normally, when they go 45 flat, can get a little leg weary late, but that is not the case with Princess Livia. She opens up here late, puts the other horse away, and really finishes this race strong. You can see they went 57.34 for the 5 furlongs. So they were moving right along, and I think she's in good form right now. I know she's the speed of the speed tonight. So in race 6, I'm going to single the 3. We'll get to my pick 5 ticket momentarily, but you've got 2 big wagers to think about right now with the all-turf pick 3 and that pick 5, and this is a horse I'm going to key on to help hit that pick 5 tonight. We'll be tracking the pick 5 pool. We saw earlier tonight over $80,000 was bet into that post-time pick 4, so you can expect this number to climb, come closer to post-time. 10% takeout is the best in the game, and I thought this race was pretty wide open, and you can see in the wagering right now how spread out the money is. I'm going to use 1, 4, 5, and 8. The 1 is my top pick. Love the post, but I think any of my 4 horses can win, including that outside horse with the speed for Mac Robertson. In race 4, second leg of the pick 5, I'm going to use 2 horses, the 2 and the 5. I think the 2 will be the hot favorite. I think the 5 is the danger. I think they both fit pretty well. Race 5 is another nice turf race. My top pick is the 1, North Arm Bay for Karen Offerman at near 5-1. I'll use the 1, the 3, and the 7 there. And the rubber will meet the road in race 6. This will be my power play. This will be my single, and she's 3-1. And I don't think she'll be a heavy favorite. I think this is a wide open race, but I want the speed. I want this horse to take the lead and say goodbye. And then if we can stay alive into the final leg, great turf race to close it out in race 7. It closes out both these wagers. The all-turf pick 3 and the pick 5. And I'm telling you, this is a terrific wagering opportunity. I'm going to go 4 deep. I'm going to use 1, 4, 5, and 6. I've got the 4 on top, who's 5-2, but it's lukewarm. Horse is 5 for 40 in his racing career. I think any of those 4 can win. Do not sleep on that 6, Political Riot, who's 8-1. I think a very live long shot there for Hall of Famer David Van Winkle. $48 ticket. The pick 5 starts right here with that 10% takeout. The all-turf pick 3 with the 14% takeout. Also a wager for you right here. You can see the horses now transitioning to the turf course. You've got just over 2 minutes to get your bets in. A couple of great wagering opportunities here on a Wednesday night at Canterbury Park.
They're at the gate, into it, and it is post time. Beginning the all-turf pick 3 and the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5.
Hold on with that, Jake. Jake, don't go in the tail stuck. Hold on, Mom.
One out. Council President and Kurt's Choice have gone in, and they're racing. Smooth beginnings on the turf for all. Magnet and Steel on the stretch out and turf debut pops coyly at 3.5-1, but now that lead has been ceded by Kurt's Choice. The speedy Maiden Breaker looks to win 2 in a row, and Kurt's Choice at 2.5-1 gets down to the inside and leads it by 1.5, make it 2. Then we come to Unique Path with the shades prominent, now 3 out of it, and to the inside of Calico Joe. After that, we have Magnet and Steel settling into 4th. Now to the outside of Glendale, who's under a very tight pull, and Glendale just shuffled back to second last, overtaken by Black Limo, who stretches out to the outside and now is forefront from it. Tour of the World is next, and the one in last is the Swayze Express. 9 from front to back, and the 8's in front. It is Kurt's Choice, and Kurt's Choice leads it by right around a half. Calico Joe still in second. Unique Path sequestered in third. Black Limo is next. Then we come to Glendale. After that, it is Magnet and Steel in the turf debut. Still with a puncher's chance, but needing to do much more to catch Kurt's Choice. And Kurt's Choice is to open up 3 on the other 7. And Kurt's Choice tugs them home. Outside is Black Limo. Between them, Calico Joe. Inside, Glendale's finishing with a plum. And behind them is Unique Path. They're chasing Kurt's Choice. Here comes Glendale sneaking through to the inside. Kurt's Choice, Glendale, bookenders. Kurt's Choice in a 3-horse photo that's very tight. We have an answer. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 8, Kurt's Choice. After all that, favorite second, long shot third, black limo fourth. 8152. Three claims in race number 3. 3 claims in race number 3, which is official. First, the winner, Kurt's Choice, goes to trainer Joel Burnt. The owners, Burnt, Kent Larson, and Renee House. That's 8, Kurt's Choice, a $15,000 claim. Burnt for House, Larson, and Burnt. Secondly, the runner-up, Glendale, was claimed, winning a two-way shake for Glendale, trainer Tony Ringstor for Wasabi Ventures. Glendale claimed for $10K, Ringstor Wasabi. And number 4, Magnet and Steel, winning a two-way shake for Magnet and Steel, trainer Lynn Rarick for owner Patrick Fields. Magnet Steel claimed, Rarick Fields. And that's 2 in a row for Kurt's Choice and Eduardo Gallardo. Kurt's Choice is owned by Linda Bush and trained by Mac Robertson. Kurt's Choice is a Minnesotan, bred by the late Warren Bush. And the victorious Kurt's Choice, who paid $7.40 for a $2 win wager, is a 3-year-old chestnut son of Tamarcuz out of ABC Me Win. The 4th race at Canterbury Park is on a fast main track. Pick 4 wagering on races 4 through 7 for just 50 cents. No scratches, no rider changes. On in, and they're racing. Smooth beginnings on the turf for all. Magnet and Steel on the stretch out and turf debut pops coyly at 3.5 to 1, but now that lead has been ceded by Kurt's Choice. The speedy Maiden Breaker looks to win 2 in a row, and Kurt's Choice at 2.5 to 1 gets down to the inside and leads it by 1.5, make it 2. Then we come to Unique Path with the shades prominent, now 3 out of it, and to the inside of Calico Joe. After that, we have Magnet and Steel settling into 4th. Now to the outside of Glendale, who's under a very tight pull, and Glendale just shuffled back to second last, overtaken by Black Limo, who stretches out to the outside and now is forefront from it. Tour of the World is next, and the one in last is the Swayze Express. 9 from front to back, and the 8's in front. It is Kurt's Choice, and Kurt's Choice leads it by right around a half. Calico Joe still in second. Unique Path path, sequestered in third. Black Limo is next. Then we come to Glendale. After that, it is Magnet and Steel in the turf debut, still with a puncher's chance, but needing to do much more to catch Kurt's Choice. And Kurt's Choice is to open up 3 on the other 7, and Kurt's Choice tugs them home. Outside is Black Limo, between them Calico Joe. Inside, Glendale's finishing with a plum, and behind them is Unique Path. They're chasing Kurt's Choice. Here comes Glendale sneaking through to the inside. Kurt's Choice, Glendale, bookenders. Kurt's Choice in a 3-horse photo that's very tight.
Well, we've seen a couple turf races here at Canterbury Park tonight, and as the late, great Dark Star would say, a couple of humdingers. We saw a dead heat for a win, and then a 3-horse photo there. And, boy, that one got dicey late, but Mac Robertson with Eduardo Gallardo on the lead the whole way, hanging on by a desperate nose. So the pick 5 and that turf pick 3 start out with a spine tingler. Here comes a separator race in the pick 5, small field, but lots of talent. Minnesota breds battle here at 6 furlongs. We'll start with this one right here. Number 1 is St. Charles. Super impressive. Back on June the 10th. That was Belmont Day out in New York. We had a great card here, and that horse dusted Open Company. Now, those were claimers, and it was 5 furlongs on a muddy track, but St. Charles has always had talent. He's got natural speed from the inside. He's probably going to have to use it. 9-2 morning line, right around there now at 5-1. I really wanted to get a good look at the 2-horse here. This is Distorted Pro for Mac Robertson. Lindy Wade gets the call here, and the layout for me was the biggest question mark. This horse was trained by Brad Cox over the winter and knocked heads at some really cool places. I'm talking Fairgrounds, Churchill Downs, some really cool tracks, and boy, does this horse look good. We've got the double handler. We've got the ears up. It is a warm night here in Shakopee. Not a drop of sweat on Distorted Pro. I like the workouts. Now I don't worry about the layout because I've seen the horse, and of course I trust Mac Robertson. He has just simply faced better competition. Should get a fair trip either on or just off the pace. And I think the bettors have it right so far at even money. I think Distorted Pro is going to be a handful here in the 4th. Number 3 is Birdie Machine. Yaloa gets the call here for the red-hot Joel Burnt. The Burt barn is rolling. This horse is hot, too. Back-to-back wins. One in Chicago at Hawthorne, one right here at Canterbury. Speed is the weapon. If he can get loose, he could be dangerous. But the question mark is, can he get away from the inside 2 horses who also have early speed? Joel Burnt at 7-1. That alone might be worth a stab here if you're looking to play a long shot. 4 is Big Boy McCoy. Erica Murray gets the call for the Sweer Gang. Hasn't been seen since September, but do note this. Last year, about this time of year, late June, came off the bench to win at 13-1. Interesting on that note. 5 is a gorgeous gray. It's Silver Dash. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Esteban Martinez. 17 career tries on the Canterbury main track, 12 for 17 in the money. And with all that speed inside, I thought the 5 would get a great stalking trip. Let's just say 1, 2, and 3 all go out there and duel. 5 might be the horse to fear turning for home. I'm on the 2. I think the 2 is the most likely winner, but I do think the 5 has a legitimate chance to get what they call a perfect trip. Outside's Constantino Roman. What a good rider. Midnight Royal, the horse. The other Joel Burnt, and this is his go-to rider. 6 looks spectacular down here in the walking ring. And another horse like the 5 that would love to see a speed duel inside. Intrigue abound. If you're alive in that pick 5, this is a big hurdle. Can Distorted Pro carry the money for the favorite players? We'll find out. Follow Canterbury and all of us in the press box on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Social media for all your avenues here at Canterbury. They head down the tunnel. Soon they'll meet the bugler. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
There's a lot of racing still to go on this Wednesday night card, but we're going to split the thoroughbred portion and start the late pick 4. And we're going to add in a price, hopefully, in race number 7. Now, this is a part of that pick 3. It's a part of this late pick 4. Lots of different things involve the 7th. But hopefully your plans involve Joker Matt. Now we're going to try to turn back the clock with Joker Matt and see if we can't get him to find some of his old form. But I'm going to show you a few things as to why I think he can do so tonight. Now looking at Joker Matt's recent history, these are his races since the day he was claimed by his current connections. Now that was back in March. This is the day that he was bought. They bought him for $8,500. That was back in March, and since that time they have stepped him up in class. These are all tougher races than the ones that they claimed him from. As a result, he's been a good price. That's what we're looking for when we're in the angle. We're trying to shop for a price, and we think that Joker Matt might be one. Now, Joker Matt was gelded since they bought him. What difference does that make? We'll talk about that some other time. But Joker Matt was a horse that's pulled a lot in his races, so they're trying to get his attention, and they did cut him. Now, he was on dirt last time. This is a turf horse. That's the designation that he was on the main track. Now, getting back to the turf, there's a couple of other things that will help his cause, including his stablemate right next door. You can see Jose Silva Jr. trains both Joker Matt and Tizona. Tizona is coming out of short races, though. And Tizona has speed. That could help Joker Matt and the way that he pulls on his rider a little bit through the race to try to get back to this. Now, this is last year. This is a while ago for Joker Matt, and a lot's changed since that time, but he drew the rail, so we're going to watch as Joker Matt rallies up the rail. Joker Matt is on the inside. Doesn't look like he's going to get there, does it? But Joker Matt from his outside post has made his way to the rail, rallies very gamely, and gets up in a spot where, again, it looks like he's never going to get there. He's going to need all of that fortitude, and he's going to need to improve to get back to that form, but he's going to be a price, and that's the angle. He's in that late pick 4, and we're going to talk about it coming up. There is the aforementioned ticket up on screen now with now your heavy favorite. Distorted Pro didn't open up with all of the money, but it certainly has funneled his way now, and he is your 4 to 5 favorite. He deserves to be off his set of races at the fairgrounds this winter, and I'm not going to try to get around him with his versatility, his back class, and his speed, and his short price. Now on to the 5th. I did use 3 and 4, and here we scratched Tri-Spot. I used Protonic and Jim and Burning Leaves. Now, normally I wouldn't take a couple of 3-year-olds to beat their older counterparts, but I think that they both will show speed. I think they might get off and be comfortable towards the front end, and there's a lot of horses in there who have sung the same song over and over again, and it tends to get them a piece rather than that win. 1 and 6 in race number 6, that's Sailing Along and Magic Glass. I'm going to take some shots in here with horses from off the pace because I think it could get very wicked with the power play Princess Livia right next to Unbridled Twister in the gate. Looked a little too hot to handle for me, so I will go 1 and 6 in race number 6. In the 7th to close it out, we just talked about Joker Matt. He is my top pick in there. And I was curious about NK Rocketman, what kind of price he's going to be, because he went way too fast last time. I mean, he was, supposed to fold up after setting those kinds of fractions, but he didn't. He still ran a good third. Chocolate Ice Cream came back to win. And if NK Rocketman somehow can get loose of Tizona and relax, he will be dangerous as well. That will cost you $4. Simple. Let it roll again if you want, over and over again, as many times as you can in 2 minutes, because that's all you've got till the 4th.
At the gate for race number 4, it is now post time. Distorted Pro is the favored Minnesotan of the 6-pack. Nifty allowance purse here of $32K. Birdie Machine goes in. Silver Dash is in. And now Midnight Royal shares a home with Birdie Machine. And they're racing. Distorted Pro stumbled shortly after the start, but recovered beautifully. And Distorted Pro bounces out of the gate in search of the lead, but has company. To the inside, St. Charles looking to win 2 in a row. Outside of that, Birdie Machine looking to win 3 in a row, just a half from the lead, which belongs to St. Charles by an inch. After that, Big Boy McCoy shoved on 5 out of it. To the inside of the white horse, Silver Dash. Then the one in last is Midnight Royal, 8 from front to back, and Distorted Pro cruises to the lead by a neck. St. Charles tries to fight him off to the inside. That's it for Birdie Machine, heading the wrong way, about to be passed by Silver Dash. Then we come back to Midnight Royal and Big Boy McCoy. They're at the top of the stretch, and Distorted Pro spurts clear. Distorted Pro opens up by 1, Silver Dash. Now outside, Birdie Machine is guided. That's it for St. Charles doing the moonwalk. Midnight Royal finishing beautifully to the inside. Distorted Pro is absolutely in a battle, and Silver Dash at 3-2 dashes clear from Midnight Royal. 5-6-2. It is Silver Dash getting the gold, and we have a photo for the show between 2 and 3. Five, Silver Dash first. 5-6, and a show photo. The numbers 5, 6, 3, 2. Now entering the winner's circle, Silver Dash and LAV Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Homer Duncan, and the winning trainer, Esteban Martinez. Silver Dash, now victorious 4 times at Canterbury, is a 6-year-old gray gelding by Revolutionary out of the Argentinian Funny Mood, bred in Minnesota by Woodmere Farm. The 4th was provided by Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Race number 5 is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider for Canterbury Park. We also thank season-long partners Culver's, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Archkey Solutions. Race number 5 takes us back to the firm turf course. Scratch number 2, Tri-Spot. Post time, 23 minutes away. And they're racing. Distorted Pro stumbled shortly after the start, but recovered beautifully. And Distorted Pro bounces out of the gate in search of the lead, but has company. To the inside, St. Charles looking to win 2 in a row. Outside of that, Birdie Machine looking to win 3 in a row, just a half from the lead, which belongs to St. Charles by an inch. After that, Big Boy McCoy shoved on 5 out of it. To the inside of the white horse, Silver Dash. Then the one in last is Midnight Royal, 8 from front to back, and Distorted Pro cruises to the lead by a neck. St. Charles tries to fight him off to the inside. That's it for Birdie Machine, heading the wrong way, about to be passed by Silver Dash. Then we come back to Midnight Royal and Big Boy McCoy. They're at the top of the stretch, and Distorted Pro spurts clear. Distorted Pro opens up by 1, Silver Dash. Now outside, Birdie Machine is guided. That's it for St. Charles doing the moonwalk. Midnight Royal finishing beautifully to the inside. Distorted Pro is absolutely in a battle, and Silver Dash at 3-2 dashes clear from Midnight Royal. 5-6-2. It is Silver Dash getting the gold, and we have a photo for the show between 2 and 3. Lee of Little Faith. Calante to the outside. Even wider out, a Resurgent, a Big Pete, and here comes 3 rough shots like a shot on the outside. Up goes Calante with Big Pete and 3 rough shots. Here it is! Looks like Calante, but it's tight. If the 3 wins, 0 for 21. And Clickbait takes the lead from She's My Warrior. Then it's Sugar Shack Queen. Not today for the Prairie Meadows Steam. AC Doocy in a spine tingler. She's My Warrior. Clickbait, but She's My Warrior. And she came out to play. His black limo between them, Calico Joe inside. Glendale's finishing with a plum, and behind them is Unique Path. They're chasing Kurt's Choice. Here comes Glendale sneaking through to the inside. Kurt's Choice, Glendale, bookenders. Kurt's Choice in a 3-horse photo that's very Now outside Birdie Machine is guided. That's it for St. Charles doing the moonwalk. Midnight Royal finishing beautifully to the inside. Distorted Pro is absolutely in a battle. And Silver Dash at 3-2. Dash is clear from Midnight Royal. 5-6-2. It is Silver Dash getting the gold. And we have a photo for the show.
Well, we've got 4 races under our belt, and all 4 have been right down to the wire. Really exciting product tonight. Fun races. Slight upset. Got to give Luis Valenzuela a tip of the hat there. He saw the pace battle down below with the inside 2 horses. He waited and waited with Silver Dash and then pounced to get the money as the second choice. We sail on to the 5th race, 7 1/2 furlongs on a firm turf course. Take out the Deuce. The Deuce will not run. My top pick in the race is right here. I like number 1. I like North Arm Bay. I'm big into third time off the layoff. You know, here at Canterbury, we get these Minnesota breds, and they come back off the shelf, and it's going to take them a little while to get the motor running. Third time back, my guy Troy Bethke calling the shots. I think North Arm Bay is going to get a nice trip here. I see enough speed. This is a horse that likes to lay back early and make a late run, and with the 5, 6, and 8 all having some early lick, maybe the 1 can reap the benefits at a price. I'll try the 1, North Arm Bay at 8 to 1. Number 3 is Angela's pick, and I can't falter for liking Protonic and Gin. Number 1, it's Mac Robertson with his go-to guy, Eduardo Gallardo. Number 2, it is a gorgeous-looking horse down here. Look at this black beauty here in the paddock area. Just a nice specimen. If you're new to watching horses and what to look for on a hot night at Canterbury, this is what you're looking for right here. Good, healthy-looking coat, not too much sweat, the ears are up, energy but not wasting the energy, acting like a crazy horse, so I really like the look of Angela's pick. We don't know now on the turf. I mean, the turf bloodlines are decent, but we just don't know how that horse will react on the turf. I think the horse gets a really good stalking trip, and it's Mac Robertson, so you have to trust that a trainer like that knows exactly what he's doing with Protonic and Gin. 4 is Burning Leaves. Luis Valenzuela looks to go back-to-back, and he gets to ride for one of the hottest trainers at the track, and that's Joel Burnt. The Burnt barn is rolling. Last time out, just didn't fire. Got bumped out of the starting gate, kind of made a lukewarm move in the stretch, but really never got close. I would expect better here, second time off the layoff for a top trainer. 5 is Color Me Legendary, Carlo Lopez for Valerie Lund. The trainer puts the blinkers on. It's another horse third off the layoff, and I think you're going to see some more speed from this horse. And in a bigger field like this, speed can be a weapon. We'll see if Carlo decides to use that weapon. How about the price right now? Up over that morning line. 6 is Bubba Bob, Harry Hernandez for Tony Ringsdorf. 11 tries on our turf, always in the mix. 6 for 11 in the top 3. Good early speed and probably needed that last start. He's a 7-year-old, so more fit second time back. Bubba Bob is 7 to 2. 7 is Mystifier with the Bug Boy. Barrios Lopez gets the call for Cody Rosine. This horse ran a good race last time. Angel's Magic was lone speed. The turf was playing to speed on that night, and this horse did everything he possibly could. Finished strong. I think he'll get a much, much better setup tonight. I think Mystifier is the horse to beat. I'm very surprised by that 5 to 1 price. And how about the betting on the 8 horse, who looks good down here, but my goodness, 10 to 1 morning line, conspicuous on the board at 2 to 1. And there's the handicapping grid. Only one person mentioned this horse. Somebody likes the horse we call Smart Oxy. Quinones gets the call for Jerry Livingston. So you get good connections and you get a horse off a win. Very difficult race to handicap here. It's race number 5. It's turf racing, and it's right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Race 5's field is now on track. Scratch number 2, Try Spot. A field of 7 remains in race number 5, which will be contested at 7.5 furlongs on the turf. Your 5-2 favorite is Smart Oxy. As we continue on with the thoroughbred portion of our card, we remind you we have 5 quarter horse races to close things out. And in addition to all these races upcoming, we have a lot more on the docket. Taste of Canterbury is coming back with tacos and tequila this Saturday. It's the second of our 4 themed events with food and beverage pairings, along with cocktail samplings and live racing to go along with all the action. Again, that's tacos and tequila on Saturday, but if you want to check out the rest of those events, check out the website. Remember, on Monday, we're going to start off your holiday a day early with the Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. We have a 4 p.m. post time with a whole night of live racing and fireworks to end things. Boogie Wonderland is going to come and entertain us between the races and the fireworks. Tickets are on sale on our website. Canterbury Uncorked and Beer Fest, both coming up later this summer. Get a passport and tour the park while sampling wine at Canterbury Uncorked. That's on July 8th, and more information about that, CanterburyPark.com, of course. The last item of note, our concert series continues on. Killer Queen, Get the Let Out, Smash Mouth, Spin Doctors, and more are all coming up in Canterbury's Concerts at the Park lineup. Speaking of concerts, Kevin Gorg will be in the winner's circle shortly to talk a little bit more music.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I know for sure is you always trust a guy that is confident enough to wear pink. And this is Aaron from Dayton, and he is looking good. But the key is, does he have the knowledge required to get the goodies? Quick Trip has a really cool place to watch these concerts. It's called The Pit, and you can be right up front and center with these legendary artists. Our concerts have been a huge success. Fans, you can go to CanterburyPark.com and find out everything you need to know about these concerts. So you're going to have to figure out from the tune they play who the artist is. It's multiple choice. So back in school, you even have a chance to just guess, but hopefully you know it. Are you ready?
I am ready, yep.
The man in pink is ready. Let's play that music. Let's see what we got. Which artist has been a hit songwriter for Trace Adkins and Justin Moore? So use some deduction here. I don't think it's Smash Mouth, but I could be wrong. We got 4 choices. We got one of the old school guys at the gate telling us to go with B. I would trust him too. He looks like a guy that knows country music. What do you think of this multiple choice?
Not a huge country music guy, but I'm going to trust that guy with B.
Yeah, the gate crew's all over B, and so is our guy Aaron. What's the answer? Hey, what do you say? Give him a round of applause. He'll be in the pit watching a concert front and center. You can come too. Head to CanterburyPark.com, fans.
It is now post time. Back. One out. Smart Oxy. 2.5 to 1. They're in the gate. And they're racing from the center. Color Me Legendary wins that short run to the wire for the first time and tries to open up on the field. Bubba Bob lays second. After that is Smart Oxy in the early paces. Crackling. Smart Oxy's about a length clear from North Arm Bay, who comes scooting through to the inside to be 5 lengths behind Color Me Legendary. And that 5 opens up by 2 lengths at 13 to 1. After that, we have Burning Leaves in the clear, advancing 6 out of it. And to the outside of Mystifier, Protonic and Gin looks to win 2 in a row. And Protonic and Gin in the turf debut beginning to edge forward, 7 out of it. And they're still chasing Carlo Lopez and Color Me Legendary. Color Me Legendary 2. Bubba Bob lay second, 1.5. After that, North Arm Bay niggled at by Lindy Wade. Behind that one or right next to it is Smart Oxy, far outside. We have Burning Leaves. Then we come back to Protonic and Gin, blocked right now and pinned in by Mystifier. Color Me Legendary from Bubba Bob. Color Me Legendary, Bubba Bob in the Patriotic Silks attacks. Outside of that is Smart Oxy. Behind them is North Arm Bay. On the wide side is Mystifier. Protonic and Gin is finishing very nicely. And number 4, Burning Leaves, just checked. Up goes Bubba Bob. And there goes Bubba Bob at 5 to 1 prevailing. Tight photo for second went to Protonic and Gin. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a steward's inquiry into the stretch run of race number 5. They're going to take a look at the path taken by number 4, Burning Leaves, who took up and checked badly with about 240 yards to go in the race. So the stewards are going to post the general inquiry scenario and take a look at the final 300, maybe 350 yards of race number 5 to see what happened with number 4, Burning Leaves. Stand by. Now we have a jockey's claim of foul. Luis Valenzuela is claiming foul against Eduardo Gallardo and Daylor Berrios Lopez, the riders of 3 and 7, alleging interference right around the 8th pole. Number 6, Bubba Bob, is unaffected by any potential change. So the winner is clear. However, the 2 behind Bubba Bob are under scrutiny. Now, when you look at the video coverage from the 7/8 camera. The horse in question here, number 4. The rider, Luis Valenzuela, has the yellow helmet cover. 3 and 7 have him surrounded. And you see we had some heel clipping involving number 4, Burning Leaves. Valenzuela riding number 4, Burning Leaves, claims foul against 3 and 7. And the Canterbury Park track referees, our stewards, are analyzing said allegations. Into the winner's circle, Bubba Bob and Harry Hernandez. Bubba Bob is owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds and trained by Tony Rengstorff. The winner is a 7-year-old dark bay son of Line of David out of the Tomorrow's Cap mare, Newman's Cap, bred in Minnesota by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Bubba Bob is the winner of race 5. Second and third place in question due to a steward's inquiry and a jockey's claim of foul. Ladies and gentlemen, number 7, Mystifier, has been disqualified from third and placed last for impeding the path of number 4, Burning Leaves. So the new top 4 order of finish on television monitors will be official shortly. 6, 3, 1, 8. You will see here on television monitors number 4, the one in question, Burning Leaves, was in between Protonic and Gin and Mystifier. Mystifier is the 7. The rider has the orange helmet cover. And during the course of the stretch run, you will see number 7, Mystifier, come down on number 4, Burning Leaves, right here, causing the 4 to clip heels with number 7. And for that infraction, number 7, Mystifier, has been disqualified from third and placed last behind number 4, Burning Leaves. And race 5 is official at exacta 34.80, 50-cent trifecta 52.65, 10-cent superfecta $55 and a quarter, 5-6 double 17 and change, 6-3 1-8 in 128.17. To the 6th race, and this begins the $1 pick 3 on the final 3 thoroughbred races of this 12-race card. No scratches and no rider changes for race number 6, which is now just 20 minutes from now. And they're racing from the center. Color Me Legendary wins that short run to the wire for the first time and tries to open up on the field. Bubba Bob lays second. After that is Smart Oxy in the early paces. Crackling. Smart Oxy's about a length clear from North Arm Bay, who comes scooting through to the inside to be 5 lengths behind Color Me Legendary. And that 5 opens up by 2 lengths at 13-1. After that, we have Burning Leaves in the clear, advancing 6 out of it. And to the outside of Mystifier, Protonic and Gin looks to win 2 in a row. And Protonic and Gin in the turf debut beginning to edge forward, 7 out of it. And they're still chasing Carlo Lopez and Color Me Legendary. Color Me Legendary 2. Bubba Bobley second, 1.5. After that, North Arm Bay niggled at by Lindy Wade. Behind that one, or right next to it, is Smart Oxy. Far outside, we have Burning Leaves. Then we come back to Protonic and Gin, blocked right now and pinned in by Mystifier. Color Me Legendary from Bubba Bob. Color Me Legendary, Bubba Bob in the Patriotic Silks attacks. Outside of that is Smart Oxy. Behind them is North Arm Bay. On the wide side is Mystifier. Protonic and Gin is finishing very nicely. And number 4, Burning Leaves, just checked. Up goes Bubba Bob. And there goes Bubba Bob at 5-1 prevailing. Tight photo for second went to Protonic and Gin. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch here in race number 6 being announced for the first time. Scratch number 3, Princess Livia. Number 3, Princess Livia, the late scratch, meaning refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers available right now. Likewise for doubles beginning in race 6. There will be a consolation double from Bubba Bob, number 6, in race number 5. And with all of the horizontal wagering, including pick 4s and pick 5s, if you add number 3, Princess Livia, your bet automatically shifts to the post-time favorite. Number 3, Princess Livia, a late scratch in race 6.
All right, race fans. Race number 6 is on deck. The late scratch of Princess Livia. We'll hope for the best for her, and we'll move on and handicap this race together. This is a 6.5 furlong sprint. Fillies and mares travel that distance, and boy, I think the 4-horse probably now has the front end to herself. She's going to be the horse to beat. I'm on the 1 Sailing Along, and I got a couple angles here on this inside horse. I think the 1 has a real shot to save every inch of ground from that tricky post and show maybe a little more speed than she's shown most recently out at Glitzy Santa Anita. She came charging for second last time out. That was back on May the 5th. I like the workouts at Canterbury. This is her home track. 3 of her 4 career victories are here in Shakopee, and I think she's got enough natural speed to at least stay within touch. And at 6.5, I think she'll make a big move in the stretch. I'll try Sailing Along, who's sailing along on the board right now at a juicy 7-1. Gypsy Reward for my good friends at Extreme Racing is the 2. Mac Robertson going to give Erica Murray the leg up here, and probably needed that last start. The barn mate, Cupid's Crush, was victorious and has come back to win a stakes race since. So exits a live race. Another horse that likely sits off the pace but has some talent, and certainly for Mac Robertson, you got to give this horse a look. 4-horse flat out is the horse to beat. She's a gorgeous looking gray, and that's Unbridled Twister. She looked like she'd be a pace presence. Now she is the pace. The good news is she'll be loose. The bad news is it's 6.5, and that extra half furlong can be pesky, but there's no way I can do an exacta or trifecta without having the 4 on my ticket. I think she is an absolute must use. We'll see if Harry Hernandez can take them all the way. 5 is Lady Astrid, Kelsey Har for Bobby Klein. Last time out at a mile, got a very good second place finish. Showed a little more speed that day. I would expect this horse to be tracking the front marker. 6 is Magic Glass, Mac Robertson's other horse, talented 3-year-old. And Angela Herman bullish on this horse. She's a fan of the 6, Magic Glass, lightly raced, serious upside. The Daddy Good Magic, that's good bloodlines right there. We'll see if Angela Stout can run to the hype right now on the board at 9-2. 7 is Hot as a Pistol from the attack post. Larry Donlin conditions. Alonzo Quinones, the pilot. She's got 5 career victories here, but again, I think she might be up against it a little bit on the pace side because there's just not a lot of speed, and she is pace dependent. She'll be coming from off the pace. We'll see if anyone can catch the 4, Unbridled Twister. She's the horse to beat. I'm going to try the 1, Sailing Along. Fillies and Mares, it's 6.5. They head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track. Get your bets in now. 2 more thoroughbred races, and then 5. That's right, 5 quarter horse dashes on the back end of the card. Good luck.
They are at the starting gate, and it is now post time for race number 6, thanks to the Minnesota Lottery. More friends from the Minnesota Timberwolves joining us as our featured group. And we thank Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. Don't forget, Monday, July 3rd, our Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. Racing on Monday at 4 o'clock. Moving in, Unbridled Twister. Prohibitively favored. Sailing along, Gypsy Reward. A couple of Minnesotans have gone in, joined by the favored mare, Unbridled Twister. Lady Astrid, Magic Glass, and Hot as a Pistol. Here they come. And did he go? 2 from the outside. Magic Glass outbroke the field, but has been overtaken by Hot as a Pistol at 7-1. The 7 at 7-1. Looking to find 7 Heaven in the winner's circle. Has the lead by a neck, but here's Unbridled Twister, the favored gray to the inside, nearly on level terms. Tracking coyly is sailing along, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Lady Astrid to the inside of Gypsy Reward, and outside of that, Magic Glass there. All 3 about 8 lengths behind Hot as a Pistol. And Hot as a Pistol, boots clear too. Unbridled Twister now goes to the outside, and right behind her is sailing along. Then it's Lady Astrid, 7 lengths from it with Gypsy Reward, and Magic Glass is languishing 10 lengths from the lead around about the quarter pole. Hot as a Pistol trying to take them gate to wire. The favored Unbridled Twister at 6-5, plugging away, but still 2 in arrears. Outside of that, sailing along, Lady Astrid on the wide side. Hot as a Pistol indeed. Sailing along, Unbridled Twister chasing in vain, and Hot as a Pistol upset at 7-1. Number 7, Hot as a Pistol, never look back. Burst, 7-1-4, and a 4th place photo. Gypsy Reward 4th. And race number 6 is official. The 10-cent superfecta, $50.37, double $5.70. And the 6-7 double paid $67. That was the consolation double, paying $5.70 to Princess Livia, the scratch. 75-20 is the 6-7 double payoff to Hot as a Pistol, entering the winner's circle with Alonzo Quinones. Gary and Brenda Bergsrud are the owners. Gary bred the mare in Minnesota. And Hot as a Pistol is a 6-year-old brown daughter of Flat Out of Alcazar. We at Canterbury would like to thank Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction for 2024 partnerships. And the 7th race is brought to you by Quick Trip. Our featured group is Hollinger's Retirement Run. And we thank Atomic Data, delivering tailored pay-as-you-go IT as a service. Thank you, Atomic Data. And did he go? 2 from the outside. Magic Glass outbroke the field, but has been overtaken by Hot as a Pistol at 7-1. The 7 at 7-1. Looking to find 7 Heaven in the winner's circle. Has the lead by a neck, but here's Unbridled Twister, the favored gray to the inside, nearly on level terms. Tracking Coily is sailing along, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Lady Astrid to the inside of Gypsy Reward, and outside of that Magic Glass there, all 3 about 8 lengths behind Hot as a Pistol. And Hot as a Pistol, boots clear too. Unbridled Twister now goes to the outside, and right behind her is sailing along. Then it's Lady Astrid, 7 lengths from it with Gypsy Reward, and Magic Glass is languishing 10 lengths from the lead around about the quarter pole. Hot as a Pistol trying to take them gate to wire. The favored Unbridled Twister at 6-5, plugging away, but still 2 in arrears. Outside of that, sailing along, Lady Astrid on the wide side. Hot as a Pistol indeed. Sailing along, Unbridled Twister chasing in vain, and Hot as a Pistol upset at 7-1. Number 7, Hot as a Pistol, never look back.
Well, we've got a big week of racing here at Canterbury Park, and if you're not headed to the cabin for the holiday that extends on to Tuesday, we have a Monday program that is second to none. Monday afternoon, first post is 4 o'clock, and we have the best fireworks in town. Monday, July the 3rd. If you're in town, you won't want to miss it. It'll be a big crowd out here. I've just started to handicap the races. It's a terrific card. And I'll put our fireworks up against just about anybody in the state of Minnesota. Monday's card, holiday racing, 4 o'clock first post. We race all the way up to about 9:15, and then boom, the fireworks right around 10 o'clock. We got a band, live music. We got all kinds of cold drinks flowing for you. Make plans to join us for the fireworks on Monday. And how about the fireworks in the Pick 5? The Pick 5, the lowest payout to the 5 here is $2,700 if the 8-horse wins. If Gainer wins this race, somebody takes the pool down over $88,000 on a 50-cent bet. That's where that 10% takeout makes such a difference. If you're alive, especially to the 8, we wish you the best of luck. Number 1 is a primetime player here. Boy, prancing around in the paddock is Joker Matt for the Silva gang. Good-looking racehorse. Eduardo Gallardo, the pilot. Boy, I like the way this young man is riding in the saddle. And this horse just looks like a horse that's going to get a great trip. You got a solid jockey. You got a good barn. You got a horse that's loving it out here in the paddock. I think Joker Matt at 7-2 is going to make quite the impression here on this race. Number 2 is Tizona ridden by Santos. This is another Silva horse. So Silva's got the inside too. This might be the speed of the race. Look for the 2 to use that natural speed to try to open up early. And if you go back a couple of starts to those synthetic races in Northern California at Golden Gate, you can see that this horse has talent. Tizona is 10-1. Number 3 is Cybertruck, Izzy Hernandez for Esteban Martinez. Last time out against similar competition was beat only a length. So right there against similar competition, and you look up and you see a very nice price at 8-1. What a good betting race. Look at the betting board right now. The lowest price on the board is 3.5-1. So I'm on the 4 here. 4-1's my price. I get Zoomer Rudy, and Zoomer Rudy's ridden by Carlo Lopez. You get Chip Woolley. Boy, this horse ran too well to lose last time. Got bumped, still came charging to lose a photo by the head. I mean, Baba the head really on the wire. Has run big races on our turf. I think this horse comes charging once again. Lukewarm fashion because it's such an evenly matched field, but I really like the 4. If the horse can duplicate that start from last time, I think the horse ends up getting his picture taken tonight. Number 5 is NK Rocket Man with the Bug Boy, Barrios Lopez. Look out for the Bug Boy. He's got speed. Chocolate Ice Cream beat him last time. The good news is Chocolate Ice Cream has come back to win again. He ran into a very good horse. He's got speed to get out there and really not worry about any traffic in here. And I love the way Barrios Lopez has taken the meet here by storm in the opening couple of months. Political Riot is the 6. Chad Lindsay for Taylor Van Winkle. We always cheer for Taylor Van Winkle, one of the nicest human beings on the backside without doubt. And she had this horse ready. I remember because I bet this horse and I picked this horse last time out and got a good stalking trip and was right there at the wire, beaten by less than a length. If this horse can get a similar trip this time, sit just off the pace, I think Taylor's got herself a live one at 5-1. 7 is Feeding Frenzy. Jay Litza, Star Tribune handicapper. He's all over this horse. Feeding Frenzy should be charging late. Those Lothenbach Silks just keep on showing up in the winner's circle with Joel Burnt. And here comes Gainer the 8. Here's the angle to take down the entire pool. Over 88,000. Gainer's a closer in a speed-filled race. I didn't look at this horse and think he had a chance a couple nights ago when I handicapped, but I'll be pulling for that person out there sitting on a pool sweeper in the pick 5. Good luck with Gainer, who is 11-1. Turf racing so very good at Canterbury. They're going to go a mile. It's a wide open race. Hit the trifecta and the superfecta here. You might need a wheelbarrow to get to the car tonight. There's cash. There's gold in them there hills, as Paul Allen likes to say. Here comes race 7. Here comes the final thoroughbred race of the night with 5 awesome quarter horse dashes on deck. Good luck and enjoy.
Welcome back down to the winner's circle. We're going to close out thoroughbred action with a little trivia question to lead us into breakfast on the rail. Yes, that's coming up on July 15th. If you want a one-of-a-kind experience where you can get down to the rail, watch the horses train, and have breakfast all in one morning, that's going to be the ticket for you. But if we're going to give tickets to this gentleman on my left, he's going to have to answer this question right. Now, some of you might know this man, but if you don't, tell them who you are.
Jerry Livingston.
Yes, the world-famous Jerry Livingston, quarter horse trainer extraordinaire. You get to answer a question about breakfast. Now, let's turn around and look at the board. We'll see what you got. Which is the most popular breakfast food item in America? Is it bacon, pancakes, eggs, or waffles? Now, I know you're up early in the morning. Sometimes you get a chance for breakfast and sometimes you don't. But if you had to guess, which is the most popular breakfast food item in America?
I'm going to go with pancakes.
Would you like to take one more try at that?
I'll go with eggs then.
All right, Jerry says it's eggs. It's eggs. Nicely done, Jerry. You got a couple of passes to go. Watch them train and have breakfast on the rail. Congratulations, Jerry. Now, I know you know a lot about the horses, so I ask some people, but I'm definitely going to ask you who's going to win race 7.
I don't know who's in it. I didn't look.
All right, there you go. He knows eggs, but he doesn't know the 7th, I guess. Congratulations, Jerry, and thank you for coming in here with me.
Trying to decide between eggs and pancakes. That's why I said pancakes first.
I know.
It is now post time into the gate for the 7th. Gainer, last in. And there racing. And from the 5 spot, NK Rocketman comes out fast. And at 2-1, NK Rocketman and Delor Barrios Lopez looking to sail wire to wire. Tizona lay second at a pretty good price, about 8-1. After that, Joker Matt about 6 from the front. And this leader, NK Rocketman, like a rocket indeed, soaring around the turn with a 4-length lead, racing in path 2 and going very quickly. After that, Cybertruck, 7-8 out of it, and that one's to the inside of Feeding Frenzy. The Minnesotan is 10 lengths from the lead, and to the outside of Zumarudi. After that, we have Gainer, and the one in last is Political Riot. A well-strung out cast of 8 goes past the half-mile pole, and up top, NK Rocketman is the man, leading it by 6. In second, Tizona. After that, Zumarudi beginning to close in. Likewise for Feeding Frenzy, the Minnesotans on the move in tandem with Joker Matt. Inside of that is Cybertruck. After that, we come back to the trailer, Political Riot, 13 from front to back, and it's still NK Rocketman by 5. NK Rocketman at 2-1 leads the run home, but this lead is diminishing. It's down to 2, and NK Rocketman's looking for a place to go to bed. Zumarudi's closing sweetly on the inside. So is Joker Matt on the outside. And on the far outside from last, Political Riot. But zoom goes Zumarudi, pillaging just for fun. Number 4, Zumarudi first. 5, NK Rocketman second. Photography for the rest. 4, 5, and a photo for third and fourth. 135.13, the final time by Zumarudi. Political Riot third. 4, 5, 6, 1. 4, 5, 6, 1. Seventh official, 4-5 exacta, 22.80. 4-5-6 trifecta, 61.40. And the 10-cent superfecta paid $40.91. Top 4 finishers, 4-5-6-1. 7-4 double from Hot as a Pistol, 42.80. Pick 3, 6-7-4. 3 of 3, $667. Our second pick 4 today paid $749.50. And our lone pick 5, $6,780 for 5 of 5. Closed, Zumarudi. We come now to the 8th race. No scratches and no rider changes. Actually 2 pick 5s today. Our second begins about 20 minutes from now. And it's a 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. So 2 of them today. The last one paid nearly $7,000 for 50 cents. The 8th race beginning that second pick 5 about 20 minutes from now. The 8th race, indeed 20 minutes from now, as Zumarudi receives a well-deserved bath for his off-the-pace toil. Here comes Zumarudi and Carlo Lopez. The winning owners, Benny Woolley Jr. and Jack Eklund. The winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. And they're racing. And from the 5 spot, NK Rocketman comes out fast. And at 2-1, NK Rocketman and Daylor Batios Lopez looking to sail wire to wire. Tizona lays second at a pretty good price, about 8-1. After that, Joker Matt about 6 from the front. And this leader, NK Rocketman, like a rocket indeed, soaring around the turn with a 4-length lead, racing in path 2 and going very quickly. After that, Cybertruck, 7-8 out of it, and that one's to the inside of Feeding Frenzy. The Minnesotan is 10 lengths from the lead, and to the outside of Zumarudi. After that, we have Gainer, and the one in last is Political Riot. A well-strung out cast of 8 goes past the half-mile pole, and up top, NK Rocket Man is the man, leading it by 6. In second to Zona. After that, Zumarudi beginning to close in. Likewise for Feeding Frenzy, the Minnesotans on the move in tandem with Joker Matt. Inside of that is Cybertruck. After that, we come back to the trailer, Political Riot, 13 from front to back, and it's still NK Rocket Man by 5. NK Rocket Man at 2-1 leads the run home, but this lead is diminishing. It's down to 2, and NK Rocket Man's looking for a place to go to bed. Zumarudi's closing sweetly on the inside. So is Joker Matt on the outside. And on the far outside from last, Political Riot. But zoom goes Zumarudi, pillaging just for fun.
All right, Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman with you for the balance of the card now. We're going to talk some quarter horses. Angela's put together a really cool ticket here. It's the all quarter horse 10% takeout pick 5, and we just saw pick 5 on the thoroughbred side paid just under $7,000. Now, there were a couple tricky ones to find, but that's the value that a 10% takeout can bring.
correct. And beating big favorites along the way, no matter what the prices are, getting those out of the equation really eliminates a lot of your competition. And especially when it comes to these quarter horse races, you are going to have heavy favorites. Lots of them from the same barn, but if you do find a way around them, you're going to get not only fair odds if you like to win bet on other horses, but you are going to add value into this pick 5 just by virtue of those horses not necessarily playing to their price horizontally. They may be much bigger shots if you do beat some of those giant favorites. So I did put together one. It's not a huge spendy ticket. That's just not my thing. But we can dig into the first leg of it first, because this is where I go 3 deep. The rest of the way, don't go with as many horses, because this was a race that was brought back from our previously canceled card on the 14th. And what's interesting about this is there's only 6 this time. There was 1 scratch out of there. That horse is back in the mix. You remix the posts, and the morning line favorite still lands on the rail, that being Fanatic. I know that you like this horse, but why?
A couple of reasons I like the 1. I don't love the post, but I think the blinkers going on is going to help, because this horse has had some real difficult trips. And I'm not talking big, giant issues, but bumped hard, broke in a couple times. Blinkers can help with the focus. I like the workout with the new equipment. And I don't think this horse is going to actually end up going favorite. So I think we'll get some value. But let's go through your pick 5, because I think these quarter horse races tonight, each race has at least 2 or 3 that can win. Tell us about the ticket.
Right, and we'll start with this very first race with 3, 5, and 6. I'm sorry, I didn't use Fanatic, but Fanatic was a horse that I didn't like the draw for.
Right,
and
post is tough.
Yeah, both times he drew the rail, and one of my horses stole your jockey. Fonseca Soto was named on Fanatic on the 14th and is on Chicks Do Tell in here. So I'm going to take 3, 5, and 6. My VGW hero was a scratch that day, but he's back in the mix. That's okay. I'm going to use him along with my top pick, Evil Hearted Woman. Now, there was a scratch out of the next race. Blue Bayou is no longer in here, but I still like the 3 in there. I guess I'm single to him, but go 2, 6, and 8 in race number 10. That's going to involve a few of them. I didn't see that going any one set way and threw the 2 in last minute. Now we'll just go 2 deep in race number 11. That's the first of the 2 trials. I tried to take one of the inside runners to go with Olmstead's, but it's going to be awfully tough to beat him in both of them, and I singled him in the last. The filly on the outside took a little bit longer to get going, I think, than Sugar Rush, just to the inside, but both of them put up very good numbers, and I don't think that they'll be that far apart at the finish. But in trying to cut down the ticket, I just went with one rather than the other, took the outside horse, and that's where you get that $18 investment, but it is cut down by the scratch. So we get back to race number 8. This is 300 yards. This is for non-twos. You like the 1. I like Evil Hearted Woman. And Evil Hearted Woman remains towards the outside of the gate. And right now she's your 4 to 5 favorite. She's looking to put wins back to back. She did it very nicely down at Remington Park. And she seemed to turn a bit of a corner when she turned 3. She broke better. She's broken on top in both of her races now this year. Whereas when she was 2, she could break quick, but she wasn't automatic with it. So if Evil Hearted Woman continues that trend, at 300 yards, I don't think they run her down. But she is going to face some older horses in here. You like the rail horse. The rest of them are going to be a good price as they are right now. Who's your exacta horse? Because Fanatic probably will even come down from 3 to 1.
Yeah, the 5 looks great in the paddock. To your point, that's going to be a very difficult horse to beat. But I thought the 6 deserved at least a look. It's another Olmsted horse. Got the prep race out of the way. Ran a decent race in the mud on May the 14th. Second time back, Jockey stays. I think this horse is a very live player. But if the 5 breaks sharp and gets even a little bit of a lead, to your point, this horse is so sharp right now. That's where Escobedo lands. So if I played the race, I'm going to play the 1 horse to win, but I'm going to do some trifectas where I have the 5 on top of the 1, 6, 1, 6, because those are my 3 horses. I think it's one of those 3.
Okay.
And right on cue, look at that gorgeous 6.
It's a big gray. Just
I
right
love
up
my
your
grays.
alley.
So
I know you do.
play that pick 5, though, guys. Angela has a ticket, but you can play your own. Either way, it's a great value, and it starts right now in race 8. Angela and I are going to take you through each and every quarter horse dash, all 5. Here come the picks on the grid. Pick 5 for the quarter horses. Race 8 coming up. Race 8 coming at you next.
They're at the gate, and it's post time. In line. Here come the cues. On away they go. Good start for all. From the 5 spot, Evil-Hearted Woman comes out sweetly, and so does Corey Be Cool to the inside. Not tonight for that one Fanatic. And on the outside, the beautiful White Horse is surging. Tight between the 5 and the 6. Evil-Hearted Woman looks like she won by a nose. The numbers 5, 6, 4, 2 in the Big O Classic. 1568 the final time. The 8th is official. 564 trifecta, 8670. That superfecta with the favorite on top, 62.95 per dime. Pick 3, 220, 80. And we zing on to the 9th race. The 9th race begins the pick 4 on the final 4 live races this evening. Scratch number 2, Blue by You. We're about 20 minutes away from race number 9, which is courtesy of Kim Crawford, the official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. In the winner's enclosure, Evil Hearted Woman and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owners, Gene and Faye Reeves. And the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. On away they go. Good start for all. From the 5 spot, Evil Hearted Woman comes out sweetly, and so does Corey Be Cool to the inside. Not tonight for that one Fanatic. And on the outside, the beautiful White Horse is surging. Tight between the 5 and the 6. Evil Hearted Woman looks like she won by a nose.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman, get you ready now for the 9th race, second leg. The pick 5 starts out nicely as Angela's top pick holds on. 6 horse came charging late but could not get the nostril down in time. And we're both on the same horse here, and I am bullish. I really think this 3 is in a good spot for victory. The layoff is always a question mark, but stakes placed against Beep Beep Rev Rev. This is going to be a tough horse to beat.
Yeah, Says It Ain't So has the resume to be the favorite. And, you see Eyes Would Be Quick getting a little rambunctious in the paddock. Right now, Says It Ain't So is at 6-5. And his only win, he was odds on. I mean, he was even lower than that, but that was last summer. And like you said, since that time, was second to Beep Beep Rev Rev at nearly 24-1. But Says It Ain't So had run well enough prior to that. I mean, qualified for the MQHRA Futurity. Didn't run that well that day, but they were in a close pack. I mean, it was a really fast final time. I don't hold that one against him as much as maybe the first start, but there's a lot of foundation here. There's a lot of talent here, and he's landed in the right spot in the gate. Kelsey Haar rode him to that second place finish. That's arguably the best race of his life. So if that's where he left off, if he can pick up close to that, if he can even pick up that maiden win at that sort of run, I think that he's really, really tough.
Yeah, at this distance, I think he's suited to be out of the gate in good order and in a good position to win. I know the 1 was acting up, but I think the 1, if you go back to last year when this horse faced state-bred competition, at least merits a look. I don't love the post. The inside post we've talked about is not our favorite at this 300-yard distance, but I think the 1 fits, and I think the 1, if the 3 isn't going to be who he was last year, then both the 1 and 5 to me look like the horses that can play spoiler.
Right, and watch Eyes to Be Quick, because even as he's starting to act up in the paddock, he's acted up in his races too. You can look back in the running lines. I mean, shied in, was all over the place. I mean, in his debut, it was a really impressive effort for him to get up. I mean, he was all over the track, still held on over the big favorite. The next time around, lost by a nose, but then ran into Says It Ain't So, Blue Bayou, Beep Beep, Rev Rev and company, and unfortunately he runs into them again today. So, I mean, 3-1 is fine, but if you get any lower than that, I would say Eyes to Be Quick and Says It Ain't So, based on last year, are a little bit further apart than that.
Ed Ross Hardy's a guy that Jeff Medeiros talked about for years and years, and boy, we didn't listen last time. Stakes race at a big price. He opened up a big lead.
I know.
So we've been warned again, right? This is Jeff Medeiros' guy. This is a legendary trainer at Canterbury. 5 horse to me right now looks great in the paddock. We had a chance to see that gray warming up a little earlier. This horse, I know it's not the right distance, Ange, but this horse looks like he fits pretty well here.
Well, we were talking about this right before we went on, that maybe a little bit more yardage would be up the alley of EO's saving interest. You can look and see 300 and 330. Maybe 2 of the lesser efforts on the scale for this one. Takes a little bit to get going, and 350 has just been better for EO's saving interest. So give me 50 more yards. I'll put him on top for today. I'll put him underneath.
Well, don't forget, you have a pick 4 to play now. Even if you hit that pick 5 and started it out with a winner, you can jump up and double your opinion here. The pick 4 with the final 4 quarter horse races starts here in race 9, and there are some real potentials for upset here in the last couple of races. This one looks a little formful, as you can see by the betting board. With that scratch of the 2, there's no superfecta wagering. Race 9 at the gate in 9. Good luck.
Well done. Nifty little ditty from our bugler, Lynn Diker. And they come onto the track for the second and make that the third and final pick 4 this evening at Canterbury. It's only 50 cents. Scratch number 2, Blue Bayou. No superfecta wagering in race number 9, which takes off 5 minutes from now. It's post time. Into the gate for the ninth and the third and final pick four this Wednesday at CBY. Back at it Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1, and Monday at 4. Meanwhile, and they're racing. Slow beginning for that 6. DB Quick Sam and the gray eyes of Be Quick. Quick indeed. EOS Saving Interest also firing. Then it's Sace It Ain't So. Here's EOS Saving Interest prevailing at 2-1. Five, EOS Saving Interest first. 5163 and 1550. Hold them all. Race 9, the Social Parasite Purse is official. Exacta, 1060, trifecta 1940, pick 3, 6160, the dub, 5's wild, 1360. And race number 10 begins the final pick 3 this evening at Canterbury Park. And in the 10th race, no scratches, no rider changes. Post time just about 19 from now. This one is courtesy of Atomic Data and Bushlight, a crisp and cool Bushlight, as cool as a mountain stream. Walking up to the winner's enclosure, EOS Saving Interest and Angel Ramirez. Corey Wilmus is the winning owner and the winning trainer at Ross Hardy. EOS Saving Interest is a 4-year-old gray gelding by separate interest out of Saving Shirley. Bred in Minnesota by Don and/or Peggy Boyle. Behold, EOS Saving Interest. Racing, slow beginning for that 6, DB Quick Sam, and the gray eyes of Be Quick, quick indeed. EOS Saving Interest also firing, then it's Sace It Ain't So. Here's EOS Saving Interest prevailing at 2-1. Five, EOS Saving Interest.
Ed Ross Hardy does it again. We just continue to learn lessons the hard way from Jeff Madej. He has taught us, every one of us up here has been impacted by Jeff Madej's quarter horse knowledge. And the one thing, rule number one, when he sat us down years ago and tried to teach us the great game of handicapping quarter horses, never, ever, ever sleep on Ed Ross Hardy. We just did it again.
Yeah, he ran great. And at a shorter distance than you didn't include him every time. I included him in the 10th, but great win by him. Good season, and at some prices too.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's never ever as the heavy chalk, and that is part of the appeal.
I thought this was the best, most wide open betting race in the quarter horse procession, and probably not ironically, we both land on a price horse, and that horse is the 6 at 5-1 in the morning line.
8-1 now, I know.
We'll take it.
Well, this is another one of those races that came back from the 14th, and that night they had the favorite too, that being Haley Hobbs' barn. Il Gaito was the favorite that night. Instead, they put in Dangerous Empress this time, and we've seen this filly a couple of times last year. Oh, she broke well, and she kept herself in front in the last time that we saw her at the end of August. I mean, she was just second best to Relentless Flash. It's cool. Says It Ain't So, the horse that we just both bid in on. Beat her in her first start, but didn't beat her by much. I mean, she drifted in pretty bad there. She was very green in that debut, but she improved enough, I thought, in start two, where coming back to the race today at 3:30 with a little more time to correct some of those slow breaks that she's had, this really looks like a good spot for her. 9-1 is too good to be true.
What do we do with Lapido? You know, I see the angle here. I understand why this horse is the morning line favorite and likely goes off as the betting favorite. I see a natural progression here. I see a trainer I trust. And Frank is a jockey we know has won a lot of races here at Canterbury with the quarter horses. But it just looked to me like, you know, sometimes you look at a horse and you know it's going to be 5-2 or 2-1, and you want to try to beat it. So I respect the 4. I'd have to use the 4 if I was putting together a pick 3, but I want to try to beat Lupido.
Yeah, I do too, and right there on the screen. He's not being out of handy yet, but what you see on the screen with him getting a little hot and him dancing around like that was his problem last year. He would get very riled up in the paddock every time that he went out to the races, and he would expend too much before the race even started. Lupido has talent. Lupido just needs to put it all together upstairs, and unfortunately, you just got to let him grow up. And it looks like he has grown up a little bit into his 3-year-old year, and it looks like he's behaving himself a touch better. But you do want to keep an eye on him because Lupido, not necessarily with the mechanics of everything, but with what's going on between the ears, just gets way too riled up for his own good. So keep an eye on him.
Paul Allen likes the 1. I think the 2 could be sneaky. How do you separate those 2 inside markers here, Ange?
Oh, I took JJ's Blue Moon. I did not use Louis Blue just because of the rail. I'm very hesitant to take any rail-drawn quarter horse here, but it is important that the one Louis Blue has a start this year at Remington Park, and a quality start. He was beaten a couple of lengths going 250. Does that mean that 330 will help him or her, or do you think that Louis Blue maybe gets a bit tired because she had been racing in shorter races last year? I prefer the 2 to the 1 just because of the distance, but that didn't work out so hot in the 9th, so read into that what you will.
Yeah, she ran a big race. She bobbled at the break, still finished 3rd out of 9. Back in with State Breds. I think PA's horse has a big chance here. And I think this, as I mentioned, is one of those races where if you've got a little budget right now, maybe you've bumped into some nice prices along the way, this would be a really fun race to do the trifecta or superfecta. This is a wide open race. Key a couple you like in the pick 3. This pick 3 is going to pay. It's a $1 pick 3 with races 10, 11, and 12. Angela and I are both on the 6. Dangerous Empress. I'm going to try the fruit stand here. The old Dark Star fruit stand. I'm going to try to get this horse in all 3 slots in the trifecta and get it home. You have an opinion? Go make a bet. It's a lot of fun. Quarter horse racing coming your way in 8 minutes.
arriving at the starting gate, and it's race time. Race time for the 10th. The 11th and 12th races are trials for the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity. That is a stakes race coming up July 19th with a purse just shy of $70K. That's race 11, the penultimate. Meanwhile, here in the 10th race, the first 4 have gone in. Lupito, 2-1. Here is Dangerous Empress, 2/3 of the Steam team on that 6 filly. Irish Laddie, second last. And WTF Romeo, 8 in the gate for race number 10. Racing, WTF Romeo with that start, WTF indeed. Meanwhile, Louis Blue popped good from the inside, so did Ms. Streaking Eyes, and outside of that, Dangerous Empress, pay that 3 by a neck, and at 18-1, Ms. Streaking Eyes prevails. Photo. Moto. Result of the photo shows. The winner is number 3, Ms. Streaking Eyes. First, 3612 in 17.11. Favorite off the ticket. Stand by for some decent payoffs coming up here. The 10th official, $1 exact to $129.50. The 50-cent trifecta 361 paid $299.85. The 10-cent superfecta 3612, $226.40 for a dime. 5-3 double from the 9th, 54. And the pick 3 on races 9, make that 8, 9, and 10. Paid $235.90. The penultimate is the first of 2 Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association Stallion Auction Futurity Trials. They race against the clock for qualification in the July 19th MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity with a purse of $69,531. No scratches, no rider changes in the 11th and they be to the gate about 20 from now. Into the winner's circle, Ms. Streakin' Eyes. 2 victories tonight for Kelsey Haar. Ms. Streakin' Eyes is owned by Steve Pribble, who also bred the filly in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, R.A. Hibshaw. Ms. Streakin' Eyes is a 3-year-old bay filly by a Revenant out of Lena's Rare Lady. Canterbury's penultimate, just about 18 minutes from now. Don't get shut out. Racing. WTF Romeo with that start. WTF indeed. Meanwhile, Louis Blue popped good from the inside. So did Ms. Streakin' Eyes. And outside of that, Dangerous Empress. Pay that 3 by a neck. And at 18-1, Ms. Streakin' Eyes prevails.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you from the studio. Kelsey Haar goes boom in a race that we talked about, Ange, is maybe having some value. Our horse off at, 8-1?
I know.
Just could not close the deal, but ran a great second.
Yes, was closing at the end of things. Didn't really have much of an excuse, but credit to Kelsey and credit to that horse for breaking better than he had before and finishing the job. Louis Blue ran well in defeat. Our horse ran well in defeat. And maybe Lupito another day, but that's going to be one that has the talent. Just keep an eye out for when he finally just takes a deep breath and says, let's do this. But that was not today. Today we move on to a couple of trials, starting with the 11th. This is the late double. This is 350 yards. This is 2-year-olds. This is going to be a whole different ball game than what we've been dealing with in the last 3. So approaching 2-year-old racing at Canterbury Park in the quarter horse ranks. How do you pick it apart? Because right now, aside from the 6, Relentless Robin, who I know we both like, great prices to be had. So if you don't like the 6, then where do you go and where do you start?
Well, I really want to see how these horses look in the paddock. Anytime I see a 2-year-old race, I want to watch a horse in the paddock and warming up on the racetrack. I think our crew here at Canterbury is as good as anybody out there. With the simulcast feed, it's showing these horses from the time they get saddled to the time they get to the gate. And I think with 2-year-olds, that really gets magnified. And with these trials, the top 10, I believe, are going to make it through out of 12 or 13 that are running. So are they going to go with their absolute A effort here and push this horse to run a career best, or are we trying to progress to our very best come stakes time? So there's a lot of pieces to the handicapping puzzle here. So, yes, I like the 6, but no, I won't be making a win bet if the odds are below 2-1. So now we have to find some value. And I thought the 3-horse, we'll see how the odds are closer to post time, but I thought the 3 might be some value here.
At 7-1, that's a steal. And Relentless Corona has 2 starts of experience as opposed to her stablemate. Relentless Robin and Relentless Corona both come from the Olmsted stable. Relentless Corona is not only a January foal, Relentless Robin is a March foal, but she got started just a touch earlier than Relentless Robin. She was at the races a month before that one was. They were both at the same level at Remington Park. They were both at 300 yards, and both of them ran very good seconds. Now, Relentless Robin's was a touch faster, I'll give you that, but she was also showing a lot more in the morning when they started out at Will Rogers. You can see the sets that go out to the track each morning. Jason Olmsted's got a lot of 2-year-olds, so you pick apart the 2-year-olds and how you're going to work them out. They were both working quick. It looked like Relentless Robin was working a touch quicker. They had to stop on her. They brought her back. I guess it just depends on what angle you take. But if they're going to be 3-5 and 8-1,
we'll take the 8-1.
Right. What's on their resume isn't that much different. So definitely side with the 3 in that case. But you can see why Relentless Robin is 3-5 after just taking a brief look at both of them, because they do come from the same camp and seeing how they're filling out that regimen that they're put through.
And then you get the 2-horse here who has the advantage of not only a couple of starts, 2 very good second-place finishes, but a trip over the track in a stakes race. Now, the negative side of the equation is she was 1-2. She was probably supposed to win that race. And on both the 2 and the 3, the top jockey for Olmsted, Escobedo, lands on the 6. But there's a case to be made for Relentless Minnie.
Relentless Minnie hasn't got out of the gate that quick both times either, and Relentless Minnie has still got himself into shape right away and gets going. They were both seconds. Sugar Rush, his stablemate, is going to be in the last race today, so definitely consider using Relentless Minnie as a yardstick for Sugar Rush, because they weren't far behind or weren't far apart last time. But Relentless Minnie was tiring out a touch that day. 350 wasn't what I would love to see Relentless Minnie do, but we only have 2 starts to work with. There's no saying that this horse can't handle this. It's just that for what they've shown thus far, and that's only 1 or 2 starts, I would look elsewhere, because I think that this horse, as he just did right now, is going to take a lot of money. And right now, he's just become your 6-5 favorite.
Oh, it's hard to believe. And then Olmsted has the top 3 horses that I believe, at least on paper, have the best chance to win. But the other horse that could upset the apple cart is the 5, Fabulous and Fiery. Another horse with a trip over the track. It was back on June the 7th, off as the odds-on favorite, and a horse that didn't get out of the gate in great order, but a horse that finished stoutly.
Well, and the horse that beat it, Cartel's Eagle, that beat her that day, was her stablemate. She was the other Mallory Norton horse in the field. Fabulous and Fiery's first race wasn't that great. I mean, I'm watching it from Remington Park. She didn't break very well. She didn't make much of a move. She didn't fall back. It's not like she was beaten by 10, but Fabulous and Fiery showed more of what she's got, and this is Paul Allen's selection in this 11th race. You get 8-1. I think the 8-1 will probably come down. You know, Valenzuela rode her last time, rode her very well, but she was beaten by a horse that got out of the gate quicker than she did. I think that there's going to be a couple in here that can do that, so she needs to keep a clear path. That's why I used her underneath. But Fabulous and Fire, I'm sure, will take all of 350 that they'll give her and more.
Still waiting to see the horses parade around that paddock. Let's just talk broad brush here when you're looking at trials in any scenario, and we can use this one as maybe the stepping off point, but we're going to see some trials throughout the summer here. What is your process when you try to handicap a race that you know the end goal is the stakes race? They just want to get through and qualify through this race.
Right. Well, for me, at least with trials, when I lay them out, especially like for the Northlands, when there's a lot of them, when there's not just 2, when there's not just 3, lay them out with each other, because when these barns bring mittfuls of horses to put them into these races, I mean, they don't enter them in the 11th. They enter them into a pool to get drawn into these trials, and even though they separate, so that it's not all one trainer in one field, I mean, just take a look at them as all horses from the same barn. See how they stack up with each other. Wherever they end up in those trials, then maybe start to use them as yardsticks for each other, because these horses know each other a lot better from their morning works, from what their trainers know about them, than racing against each other in the afternoon at this point in their career. So when they're this young, read a little bit more into that, how they all stack up in the hierarchy of their own camp before deciding how they're going to go out and take on other camps. So that's where I begin, and we go from there.
Now we're getting a good look at these youngsters, just 2-year-olds here in this first trial of 2. We've got the 11th and the 12th coming up. That's a real good look at Relentless Corona. Boy, does this young lady look the part. She's very, very controlled with her energy, but she's got some good verve out there. I like the muscle on this horse.
Nice.
I like it. I like the way, horses have a way of oozing what they've got for their personality, how they feel that particular day or night. I love what I'm seeing from Relentless Corona. I've got this horse second in my analysis, but this might be the horse I end up making a win bet on because of the value on the board right now.
Right.
She looks good. We're seeing Comeback Darling here, one of the long shots. And now we're going to look at a couple of the more fancied horses, including the horse that Paul Allen likes. What do you think of Fabulous and Fiery as she warms up?
I'm trying to get a good look at her. She looks warm. She looks a little bit hotter than the 3 that we looked at, Relentless Corona. I know it's not a cold night out there. I totally get that. But you can see her looking just a touch more agitated and a touch more hot than some of the other ones that we've seen on the screen. But nothing that's out of control. It's not like, she's going on her back feet or anything. I do like the looks of Relentless Robin. You can see her right there. Relentless Robin has enough energy. She's got some sass, but she too is not overly expending, at least from what we've seen. We're not down in the paddock, and that's one of the things that you and I look for when we're down there. It doesn't look like she's been, spinning circles and wearing her batteries down. And WM Rushmore looks good too. A lot of horse with the outside runner, but he seems spirited enough, just not out of control. And that is something that you have to pay attention to with 2-year-olds, just because they're so new to all of this.
Our most likely winner is the 6. Our best value on the board is the 3, and that's how we're going to bet the race. We're going to key those horses in the trifecta. Another wonderful wagering opportunity, the late daily double. We've got trials here. Look at the selections top to bottom. Make your picks, then make your bets, and get rewarded for using your mind to make some money. It's quarter horse racing. It's race number 11, and it's all next.
The call to the post brings them onto the track for race number 11. Good luck. They have reached the starting gate, and it is now post time. Into the gate for the penultimate, the first of two trial races for the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity. That is July 19th. And the purse, $69,531. Best of luck to the connections here. Racing against the clock, and the top 10 from the next two races qualify. Here is Relentless Corona and WM Rushmore, last in line. Relentless Robin, favored at 7-5 for Mr. Maher, Canterbury Hall of Famer Jason Olmstead, and jockey Edwin Escobedo. All right, they end, and they're racing. Rough start for number 7, WM Rushmore. Not the case for Relentless Corona, out in relentless fashion. Relentlessly Fast is firing on the inside, and here comes Relentless Robin. 6 and 5 to the line together. Look like the 6 by a little bit, but it's tight. It's very tight. Photo finish. The numbers 6, 521, 17.79, the current target at which to shoot to qualify for the life changer. 17.79. We'd like to welcome the ladies and gentlemen joining us this evening with the Sludge Factory. That's our featured group for race number 11. The penultimate is official. Exacta 1060, the try 1110. The 10-cent superfecta 1177, dub 2610. And the 12th race is our final live race today, and the final and second of two MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity Trials. No scratches, no rider changes. Be to the gate about 18 minutes from now. And now entering the winner's circle, Relentless Robin and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Once again, 17.79. The target at which to shoot for the 70K MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity, July 19th. 12th race, the Lucky Last, is next. All right, they end, and they're racing. Rough start for number 7, WM Rushmore. Not the case for Relentless Corona, out in relentless fashion. Relentlessly Fast is firing on the inside, and here comes Relentless Robin. 6 and 5 to the line together. Look like the 6 by a little bit, but it's tight. It's very tight.
All right, we've come to race number 12, final race of the night, second of the two trials. What'd you make of the first one, Angela?
That was an exciting finish. I wasn't sure exactly who got it down to the wire, but we've had a lot of close finishes tonight, whether it be the thoroughbreds or the quarter horses. And that one, well, I guess it set up a little like we saw it, but not that close at the end of things, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a fun race to watch. Outside Horse got the money on the wire. In this race, we've only got 6, and we disagree. We've agreed on a lot of the quarter horse races, but tell me why my Sugar Rush is going to be second best to your Relentless Bay. I've got him 5, 6, and 3, but I really like the 5 here. Tell me about the 6.
Well, this was kind of like looking at his fillies in the last race and looking at his colts in this race, or I guess it would be his geldings. They started out on the same path when they were down at Will Rogers, and even though Relentless Bay was working a day before Sugar Rush in their sets, he was working a lot faster too. So the precocity that this horse showed down there, even if it didn't carry over to that debut at Remington, showed in start number 2, and he ran really, really well that day. And even though Relentless Bay, I think, might be distance challenged in the future, I mean, he does everything right. When you watch this horse get out of the gate, he just looks like he's already been running for about 100 yards. He is just straight and true, even if, again, he might have some limitations. He's more of a professional than a lot of horses his age would be at this juncture, so I have to go with him over Sugar Rush.
Yeah, and I look at the muddy track. It was a headwind, and he still ran 15.47, where my Sugar Rush had a tailwind, albeit at a different racetrack, but ran a little bit slower in 15.68. I like the trip over the track. I always think that matters with young horses, so that's what led me to Sugar Rush. I get it. Escobedo is the top jock in the barn, and he lands on the 6. We just saw last race how that played out.
Yeah.
If we're both wrong, it's got to be the 3, right?
That's who I put in third. And I will say one more note about Relentless Bay, since you asked, and I forgot to bring this up before. His debut was a maiden that turned out to be really salty. I believe other than him, 4 out of the top 5 finishers from that race all went on to win trials for the Heritage Place in their next outing. One of them qualified for the final, that being the winner, BB Brother, and he's just run against some really nice maidens. He was the only one to go into a maiden the next out, and he won as well. But Relentless Bay, if you judge him by the company they keep, is the one to beat. Back to Gigi Heart on Fire. 2 starts at Remington, both in the same relative league as the horses that we mentioned before, but Gigi Heart on Fire broke really well in both of them and just couldn't finish the drill. So if Gigi Heart on Fire maybe got less ground to work with, I might give her an extra long look. But considering she's facing similar competition in the outside 2 horses, I don't know how she turns the tables on them. But she's 5-2 versus 9-5 on the outside runner. I think that's closer than it should be. So I guess in that instance, I would favor Relentless Bay.
Here comes Sugar Rush on the television monitors, and boy, good-looking horse down in the paddock. I like the energy I'm seeing so far. With these 2-year-olds, I don't want to see them run their race too early. It's a warm night here at Canterbury, and not too much sweat, just kind of soaking things in here for career start number 3, second time over the Canterbury Strip. So I like what I'm seeing. Certainly, I think a horse that's got a big chance here, but
Yeah.
I get what you're saying on the 6, and I think if you're anything above 7-5, if you're 8-5, 9-5, or higher, then yeah, the 6 is going to be a bet for me because you're right about that. That's a very productive race, and this is where the top jockey lands.
Yeah, and Relentless Bay getting the outside running wouldn't always be my favorite. I mean, I think that last year, even the past couple of years, I've favored somebody kind of down Main Street in the middle of things, but I don't mind it with a 2-year-old. He might break to daylight. He might go a little bit to his right, but I really think he's got a load of talent, and we'll see what he has to bring to the table. I mean, Sugar Rush loved the move up here. Maybe Relentless Bay will love it even more.
Should be fun to watch. It's the final of 12, and we've got a big weekend in front of us here at Canterbury. Make sure to come back and see us for Saturday racing, Twilight Style at 5 o'clock, Sunday, Family Day at 1 o'clock, and then the big bonanza, Monday, July the 3rd, 4 o'clock first post, the best fireworks in town. I just finished handicapping the card, and I'm going to tell you right now, that pick 5 is going to be juicy. You got to come play Canterbury Park all weekend long, Saturday, Sunday, and holiday Monday. Right now, you got to cash on race 12. For Angela Herman, I'm Kevin Gorg. This part of the Steam Team says, adios, amigos.
Into the starting gate, they move, and it is post time for the 12th and final live race this Wednesday at Canterbury Park. We race 3 consecutive days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 5 o'clock Saturday, Family Day Sunday at 1, and Monday racing at 4, fireworks to follow. We'll see what kind of fireworks they offer here. They're in the gate. And they're racing, and the 6-pack has popped well, save the 3 Heart on Fire. Now Sugar Rush rushes out of the gate, and so does Relentless Bay, and the stablemates separate themselves. Relentless Bay along with Sugar Rush. Relentless Bay prevails. Photo finish. The final time, 17.85. 17.85 for the 12th. Number 6, Relentless Bay, is first. It is 6-5-1-4. And Wednesday is official. Final pick 3 paid 106. The third pick 4 paid 332.15. And the second pick 5, 929.25. Despite 3 short-priced winners, nearly $1,000 for 50 cents, thanks to that nation low takeout. In the winner's enclosure, Relentless Bay and Edwin Escobedo. Tom Maher's the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Mr. Maher also bred this 2-year-old in Oklahoma. racing, and the 6-pack has popped well, save the 3 Heart on Fire. Now Sugar Rush rushes out of the gate, and so does Relentless Bay, and the stablemates separate themselves. Relentless Bay along with Sugar Rush. Relentless Bay prevails.